This conference will now be recorded.
Are you gonna stop them?
No,
Are they actually going? You think?
well, they will be shortly because it starts at 2
Okay.
and it's 2 o'clock right now.
Good thing you guys.
Ryan, did you hear from Julie at all today? Your mic is off.
I just texted Julie to see if she was joining, and
Okay, there she is. All right, perfect, awesome. Well, we will call the meeting to order. It's a special Willmar City Council meeting to interview candidates for the position of city administrator. Roll call.
Mayor Calvin,
Here.
Councilmember Fagerly,
here.
Osmus,
Here.
Butterfield,
Here.
O'Brien,
Here.
Usk,
Here.
Davis. Here. Plowman,
Here.
Nelson. Here. 9 present, 0 absent.
And because we are remote, I am going to have Councilmember Fagerly recite the Pledge of Allegiance for us.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. With that, I'll turn it over to Patty to give us some ground rules to get started. And I will be introducing the council members by seniority, starting with Councilmember Fagerly. And then after we get through our first interview, we can maybe just pick that up and just do that automatically when we go to the introduction piece that Patty talks about. So very exciting day for us here in Willmar, and we're really looking forward to this process. So Patty.
Thank you. Guy, I had an opportunity to talk to you a little bit about the process. What we're going to do is we're going to go around the room, or the virtual room, and the council is going to introduce themselves. And then I will be asking questions of you, and council is going to follow up with maybe some questions they have for follow up. And we also are going to have some time at the very end that council may have some questions for you for follow up also. And if you see screens disappear, don't get concerned. There could be losing some internet, and I've said turn them off, and they will turn them back on if they need to. So just get relaxed and enjoy the day. And I'm going to turn it over to the mayor. He's going to say a few words about the wonderful city, and then we'll introduce everyone.
Thank you, Guy. Really a pleasure to see you. Very nice application that you submitted to us, and the resume that you supplied to us. You have a lot of talents, and we look for hearing more about those. So I just want to talk a little bit about some things happening here in Willmar. Willmar is a very diverse community, and the diversity brings the strength of which our community is built. And around that, we're seeing extensive investment in our local businesses by adding jobs, by expanding their production facilities, and those types of things. We are in the process of completing a railroad Y project that will take about 50% of our train traffic through our downtown and reroute it around town. Those were the projections when it first came in. And of course, the railroad does what the railroad wants to. And but we do have a very active railroad here, a switching station. Used to be the second busiest switching station in the state of Minnesota. There's a lot of great things happening here. There's fun things to do. We have our lakes. Candioi County is where the lakes begin in Minnesota. And of course, you know, in Minnesota, there's well over 10,000 lakes. And we have a very stable workforce. And we have a lot of jobs that are being added within our region and our community almost on a daily, if not weekly basis. One of the strengths that Willmar brings to it is the new city administrator will be able to build its team, because we currently have 11 openings within the city, and the new administrator will be able to build that team to make it a stronger team. How the administrator chooses to build that team will be around the strength of that city administrator. With that, I'm going to go to Councilmember Fagerly for an introduction, and then we will go through it, and I will call each person this first time guy, just so that they know the order they're going to be in. So Councilmember Fagerly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome, Guy, to Willmar through Zoom. That's the way it is right now, but I've been on the council. This is my 29th year, so I've been here a long time. I was born and raised here, so pretty familiar. But thank you for your application. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor Calvin, and welcome to you also, Guy. I was elected in 2013. I am a native of the area. I believe in good education and networking, and also believe strongly that Willmar needs to function as a regional center. We have great tourism and rely on resources around us, and so it's important to do that networking. I also believe that being engaged with other cities is important, and I have been active on the state level and encourage our staff to do that also. And so also believe in an open process for government. So welcome, looking forward to learning more about you.
Thank you. Councilmember Plowman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome, Guy. Thank you for being with us today. Bright sunny day outside, and we're looking forward to springtime in the city of Willmar. A lot of great things have been said about the city already, but I too was born and raised here. I lived 37 of my 38 years in town, and I raised my 3 young children here. I decided to move back here from the metro area for many of the reasons that have already been noted, for the different avenues of diversity and the things, the amenities the community has to offer, as well as the growing economic activity and all the various projects that we have going on. And so I'm looking forward to building a place, or helping build a place that my kids will have the opportunity to decide if they want to stay and grow their families here as well. And as far as tenure, I believe I was the only other council person to start at the same time as the mayor, and I believe that was in 2014. So this is my 7th year, and I'm still honored with being able to do this job for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilmember Osmus.
Welcome, Guy. I'm very happy that you are part of this process and that you thought enough to want to be a part of our great city. This is my 2nd term on the city council. I am a retired police officer. I served on the Willmar Police Department for 33 years. And I just like to continue. I love to continue to make this a great city.
Great. Okay. Councilmember Davis.
My name is Vicki. I'm in Ward 2. I've been on city council for a little over 2 years. And my husband and I have raised several children here, and now we have several grandchildren here. Some of our adult children have moved away and come back because they love it here so much, and just waiting for the other ones to come back. We had a coffee shop in downtown Willmar, and which we sold mid-pandemic. I miss all the people. I don't miss being a manager of a coffee shop.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
Hello, Guy. I came here in 1988 as a Minnesota State Conservation Officer. I've been in this area. I was in this area for 17 years in that field. I also spent 14 years on the school board up in New London, Spicer. And I have 3 children. Well, one of my children is my oldest girl is moving down here next week or next month, I should say, to work as on special ed. She'll be working with the Heartland program. My two boys, I have my oldest boy is a chief of police in North Dakota, and my youngest boy is a police officer in Painesville, Minnesota. Law enforcement is our family, and I support them 100%, and I hope you do as well. Welcome.
Thank you.
Next, we have Councilmember Butterfield in Ward 4.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Guy. My name is Tom Butterfield. I am first term with the council. I've been born and raised here in Willmar, and I'm just ready to get somebody hired, and let's get this ball moving.
And next, we have Councilmember Osk.
Hi, Guy. I'm Justin. I've been living here in Willmar for about 5 years. My family moved here because we loved the opportunity for growth and the diversity of Willmar. Hopefully, things that attract you to us as well. I've served as a council member for 123 days, which hopefully sounds more impressive than Councilmember Butterfield or O'Brien, who started at the same time as I do, but I just want you to be impressed with 123 days. And I'd also like to see what Councilmember Fagerly has for days on council there too. It'd be interesting math, but looking forward to talking with you more about yourself and your skills and the opportunities here at Willmar.
I'm guessing Rick is going to tell us how many days here in a little bit. So Guy, we're really impressed that you're here. As you can tell, we have a very diverse council, both in years of service and also with experiences. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Patty. And we have about 20 questions, and we'll get through as many as we can. But I'll let Patty take over at this time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Guy. Just as I mentioned earlier, they have your resume cover letter, and they've had an opportunity to review all of that information. So I thought it would be important to dive right into the questions so you have an opportunity to express things that maybe they don't know about. So I would like to start out and ask you, how does this position fit into your career goals? What do you see, how do you see yourself in 5 years?
Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here. And you really do have a diverse group with a lot of experience. I spent a good bit of time learning about Willmar, but you shared some things that Wikipedia and other sources did not have available to me. But what is clear is you as a city, are clearly the leader within the county, but also the region. And how goes the city goes the county. The diversity you bring forward, the continuous growth population-wise speaks very highly on basically things you talked about, why you love being part of this community. When I got out of private industry and got into municipal government, I really did find it was something I enjoyed and was passionate about doing. A city your size is really a great size. I have experiences both on smaller as well as larger, but it really gives me the skill set to help a community grow and meet the challenges as those demands change. And of course they do change. You think just what happened this past year, the pandemic and how it hit us out of the blue, and we had nothing really to lean on as we maneuvered through that. But my strengths that I bring to Willmar, if I come there as your city administrator, is leaning on my customer services skills over a couple decades of experience serving the public at the residential level as well as Fortune 500 companies and everything in between. And then taking the formal training I got and bringing that into municipal government. And I would say my training is superior to the vast majority of the people that did not have such a diverse career path. What I like about municipal government, it is so varied. Whether one day you're dealing with a tax bill, the next day may be a trash pickup issue or police enforcement. So there is always constant change. It is general management at its finest. and I just enjoy it. I would look forward to the opportunity.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Okay. Still in Willmar, but if I come there, I'll be focused on a 5-year plan. Now, I don't have a projection how long I'll work, but it certainly will be at least 5 years.
What are your core values? Tell us about a time with your values played a role in your professional life.
Yeah, well, certainly a challenging part of my career, and I hopefully shared with you enough about my time in Meriden while it was short. My values led me through that, and I walked away from that with my head high. I truly believe that, at the end of the day, you've got to be able to look in the mirror and feel good about what you did. I grew up in deep South state of Alabama on a cattle farm and hay farm. I bush hogged, hauled hay, fed cattle during the summer. And then my sister and I were the first to go off to college, both on federally insured loans, and then in the military. But throughout my career, I really always valued trying to focus on doing what's right. I've certainly made my mistakes along the way, but I can truly look through my entire career, both in private industry and municipal government, and feel confident that what I've always brought to the table was a high degree of ethics, trying to do what I believe was best for the organization, working toward a good balance with strategic versus tactical, and then being truthful with the people I reported to, the staff I worked with, as well as the public. So those are the things I feel good about.
Let's talk about board relationships.
Sure.
If a single member or 2 members of the council approach you with a request or a position to be a conflict with the majority, how would you deal with the situation while maintaining a working relationship with the individual or individuals?
Yeah. Well, I think there's a couple things that come to mind. First of all, you have to be straightforward. You can't avoid having challenging conversations. Now, you need to be able to do it respectful, and you need to pause long enough to gather your thoughts and have some factual basis for whatever it is you may be challenging. You may want to just stop and say, let me restate what I think you said, and then lay it out, and then speak to the ramifications. And if there's obvious conflicts, and let's say it could be conflicts with the public, majority of the board, or some other type of friction, if you will, you try to keep the emotion out of it and speak to ramifications. But at the end of the day, you need to be clear on where you stand on things, and again, try to do it as diplomatically and as unemotionally as possible. Try to take the people side out of it.
That kind of goes to the next question then, is what would you do if the mayor or council member begins to overstep their role as an elected official and interferes with the day-to-day operations of the city? How are you going to deal with that?
Yeah, well, that's actually a common problem, and most times it's quite small and it's easy. There are certain times where it could get out of control. But again, you need to nip issues in the bud. Now, you can't be overreactive. Everyone will sometimes steer out of the lane. Think of driving down a highway. You weave a little bit to the left and a little bit to the right. So you can't be overreactionary, but you also can't let a bad situation fester. But the charter is quite clear in terms of what the managerial and operational responsibilities are. The council sets policy. There's an obligation. You've got a good many boards, outside boards that control certain functions. There's dotted line associations with those organizations, but specifically with the council, you got to again be able to say, that's part of my responsibilities. And if you have a concern with the way I'm handling something, or if you think I'm not putting a priority, please counsel me on that. But for me to be effective here and to earn my keep, I need to be able to manage the things that you hired me to do.
So with that being said, how do you keep the council informed about ongoing and key issues? So they're not in the day-to-day operations, but they have to be informed of what's going on. So how do you balance that, and how do you keep them informed?
There are numerous ways, because there is no one size fits all. You have to constantly work at it. And I'm going to address some specifics, but I don't want to leave the conversation without saying it's also incumbent upon the council to let the manager know if they have some specific communication methodology they prefer, let that be known. But without that guidance, here's the things that I do. First of all, in terms of the council meetings, I give a pretty detailed update on projects and activities that are going on. And I do not shy away from telling the problems, because if those need to come out first. It's easy to stand up there and talk about all the wonderful things that are going on, but it's those problems that need attention, need understanding. And I work hard to make sure that a council member doesn't get ambushed on the side, on a sidewalk about something they probably should have known about. If it can't wait for, say, a council meeting, then email is an easy way of communicating some narrative that's sent out. It may be critical to pick up the phone and make that call. But I also encourage the council members to stop in and see me. If they're in town hall, stop in. For the most part, it's not that I'm opposed to appointments. They're great. But I certainly encourage people to don't worry about making an appointment, just stop in. And I would tell you that 95% of the people that stop by my office are able to conduct business there on the spot. As a rule, the things I'm doing, if someone else is not in my office, I can delay that. And if it's one of those rare situations when I can't, then I would explain why and say, I'll be back in touch with you. I spoke a little bit about in the questionnaire, that being a team. The council has to be really an extended part of the management team. Certainly the high level things have got to be briefed on, but they need to have a feel for what's going on at the street level as well. But conversely, the council will learn and know things and have interactions with citizens that they've got to share with me, because that citizen either doesn't know me, doesn't trust me, or they want to go to the higher level. And so it's a two-way street on that communications. I think this is an area that I've historically excelled in. Have there been times when council members counseled me on, say, hey, I'd like to know more about that? Absolutely, that's going to happen. But it's an area you work at, and it has to be worked at from both angles. The communications on a day-to-day basis, when things are really hot, when there's more time, you do it in a more formal, structured in the council meetings.
We talked a lot about the relationship with the council and the mayor. If you were the one that was selected, what would you need from the mayor and the council to be successful?
Yeah, okay. Open communications is the first thing. And if and when some issue, they felt that I was either going astray or approaching it, I need to know about that sooner than later, even if it's a gut feel. So that's one of the biggest things. I think it's really important for a council to set out objectives so that then my objectives and the departmental objectives can be framed around those. I've worked in organizations that council just never got around to do that. So if it isn't done at the city level, it is something I will do and then bring them to the council, hopefully for either endorsement as is or adjustment. But I want to have a roadmap that we all agree to and that we can continue to work off of. But it's a map that can change, and we have to be flexible as the situation changes. But what I want to do is make sure I'm that funnel point between staff and who's the folks that are actually doing the work and the council. And number one, the council is confident that we're headed in the right direction, at the right speed, and we're focused on the right things. And again, it all comes to communications.
Makes sense. Shifting gears a little bit, the mayor talked about the diversity in the community. What is your experience working in communities or businesses with diverse cultural backgrounds?
Yeah. While my time there in Meriden was quite short-lived, there was over 30% of a Puerto Rican heritage community, and then others even beyond 30% from other parts of Latin and South America. I grew up in a strong racially divided community in the South, and I know the ills that can bring. I've had a very successful career in driving diversity within the work group. I believe that's an area that needs focus in Willmar as I've tried to look at the organizational chart, both at the department head level as well as within the ranks of what I've been able to visualize. But it's really important, especially today. The key thing is we have to be able to deliver a best-in-class quality services to a diverse community without bias, transparently, and in a way that people feel they really were treated as customers. The more diversity you have, probably also you have a reluctance to even trust City Hall. So you've got to go out of your way to be warm and open to that public and very communicative. And that's an area that I will set the example for with staff. And I'll demand, frankly, that staff be respectful of others, and we strive to treat all the same and with respect.
It's important that the city administrator be active in the community. How would you be visible in the community and get involved in building relationships within the city of Willmar?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Well, certainly a portion of a job is behind the desk. The best portion is out behind that desk and out in the field and out in meeting with citizens and customers and employees. A priority first certainly would be to get to know the employees. But secondly, it's the citizens, it's the businesses. I've stressed earlier in some of my communications, when problems arise, the most important thing is to get out in front of that issue and talk with the citizens and make commitments. That face time, that sincerity of being a good listener and then dealing with whatever the issue is, that goes a long way, and good news like that will travel as well. Also being very active with the various boards, and some of these I may not have a lot of interaction with, but they need to feel comfortable, number one, knowing me, knowing that I'm at their beck and call. I will proactively attend their meetings, but always attend if they have a need. I enjoy public speaking, whether it be a small group or a large group. If you look back at my resume, I've had the privilege of serving as a president of a Chamber of Commerce, an industrial association, a Rotary Club, and had some really interesting and educational tours as on boards of directors, boards of trustees. Well, I think that demonstrates my ability to communicate with others up and down the scale. but it's getting out from behind the desk and getting out and having interaction with people. One other item I'd like to just address. Some time to time, you'll have a citizen that comes into City Hall and may not be real cooperative. I really stress to all the departments, whatever it may be, if and when they have a citizen that's unruly, they can always pick up a phone to call me to help manage that situation. And whatever is going on, I'll drop what I'm doing and be there to make sure that our employees also have, they're being treated right, and that we're able to work through what difficulties that may come through the door.
The community has festivals throughout the year, and how would you get involved in those outside of your duty day?
Yeah. Well, certainly depending on what it is as a volunteer. I'm a jogger, so if there's some 5K races, I will be a participant. And one other thing, if I were to come to your city, you're getting a wife who's very active, she's a social butterfly between the two of us, very active person. So you get more than just a city manager, a city administrator. What we want is a community where we feel a part of, when we know people walking down the street. And the best way to do that is get engaged. And it is beyond just the walls of City Hall.
Thank you. How do you define trust? And what specifically have you done in the past, or would you do in the city of Willmar to develop and maintain a strong, trusting relationship with the city council, staff, individually, and collectively? And you've kind of answered some of that, but if you could expand a little bit more on examples, that would be great.
Sure. Yeah. So trust is when whether it be an employee or a council member or a citizen hears you say something and they take it as 100% fact. I mentioned, I believe, in one of my writings that I view success when this council sees me as their most trusted advisor. Now that takes time. And I think all people, hopefully, they like to give people the benefit of the doubt. But at the end of the day, you have to prove yourself. And you do it, one decision at a time. Throughout the interaction, and this applies down within the employee base, it applies to citizens on the street and the council. You got to be forthright in your communications. If you make a mistake, you need to address it sooner than later. If there are problems, you get that out on the table as quickly as possible. If you can't meet a commitment for whatever the reason, circumstances change, you communicate that, you acknowledge, I told you I would be back to you with an update on Tuesday. The situation has changed, it's going to be Thursday, but you make that second commitment. So follow up and follow through is absolutely critical, and you cannot be guessing. You got to be willing to say, I don't know the answer, but I'll find out and get back with you. Because if you start guessing and start giving bad input, that's just a formula for disaster. So that trust comes over time, and I believe it's been a strength of my career, both in private industry as well as in municipal government. And I believe without a doubt that if I come to your city, I will work myself in the position of being your most trusted advisor.
We have some questions regarding specifically staff. How would you embrace and establish a workplace environment where employees feel valued and respected?
Yeah. Well, the employee is, those are the ones who make it happen. They are the city's most valuable assets. We as municipal government are in a people business. And city employees have to, number one, feel good about what they're doing. They also have to feel like they've got a management team that behind them that will support them. Now, every organization will have problems from time to time. And what I've learned over the years is when those problems arise, and the morning you have to deal with them, you go into a fact-finding mode, not fault-finding. And if you approach problems as, okay, let's figure out what went wrong. Do we have a group process? Did we follow a process? If we did, where did the process break down? If you didn't follow the process, then why didn't you follow it? But you go looking for root cause of a problem, not trying to put fault on some employee. At the end of the cycle, if it was truly an employee issue, it'll come to light. But too many managers go in looking to find fault as opposed to find what the problem is. The other thing is you have to have an open door policy, and I stress from my management team that that's an obligation they have as well. So that communication with employees, treating them with respect. I think the concept of having objectives and communicating where we as an organization is going, and then where a given department, how it fits in, and if they accomplish these things, how does that add to the bigger picture? That communication's got to happen. People can't just feel like we're going through the motions. And then lastly, the issue of customer sat. I set a really high bar and set an example, and I talk about it all the time with employees. And I believe that the vast majority of employees will respect that and get on board with it.
Another question regarding employees. How do you monitor individual employee performance, and what action do you take to ensure that the employee performs at the high level?
Sure. Again, it starts with objectives, departmental objectives. And let's just, we're going to take this a couple levels. Let's focus at a department head. Certainly there needs to be objectives, and these objectives need to match in with the city. The department cannot be an island to itself. I conduct operational reviews quarterly. Part of that is a financial. Department heads need to have a really good understanding of their revenue stream, not just what the historical was, but what's its potential, and then the real drivers and within their expense budget. As I'm sure everyone on this call knows, much of the expense budget is not necessarily within their control. So we got to narrow it down to the pieces that they really have considerable input on. And I push the managers to come forward with how do we streamline organizations, how do we re-engineer processes to save here so we can better spend there. So getting them engaged in solution and problem solving, at the end of the day, they feel good. There's a thing called psychological paychecks. And while it's not cash, it is recognizing contribution. It is complimenting publicly and privately individuals. It is consulting with them and showing that you respect their opinion so that they're engaged. And then you have to also have a relationship beyond the department head, down with the first line managers and individuals. Now, never will it be so close as it is to a department head, but those employees have to feel comfortable that if they come talk to you, they're going to be treated properly and fairly. So again, that open communications, being very upfront about what you expect, being a good listener, those are important. Now, I conduct annual performance reviews, and I mandate that all department heads do the same. And with the HR director, use the HR director really as a filter to help make sure it's best possible there's consistency in way a manager does those reviews. And if it's not within their skill set, then you got to certainly provide training, because there is a skill in doing that. I really believe in all appraisals being done at the same time. In other words, one time during a year. If they're staggered, what you end up with, everybody top of the scale, because it eliminates that benchmarking or comparisons. At the end of the day, we really do have to compare people. You know, is Susie a higher performer than Bill? If so, why? What is it we can do to improve this person? And career development is another element of it. And career development goes in two ways. One is someone wants to continue to progress their career. Second is a person who just wants to be the very best within their field. It may be an accountant or an engineer, but you know, they aren't looking to climb the corporate ladder, if you will. They want to be the best in their field so that they have time in their schedule for PTA and ball and various other things that are equally as important. You got to make sure you respect that equally as much as you do that's got their mind on climbing the organizational ladder.
Thank you. If you were the successful candidate, what would your first 90 days on the job look like? And what would be your #1 priority?
Say that again, Patty, please.
If you were the successful candidate, what would your first 90 days on the job look like? And what would be your #1 priority?
Okay. Organizational assessment will be the #1 priority. But during those 90 days, it is not a serial process. We'll be doing many things in parallel. And let me go back to organizational assessment. You need to assess both the organizational structure as well as a skill set of those people that are within the structure. Now, there is no one way to do things, but certain structures are certainly more effective than others. But you need to look at people's skill set, and do they have extra capacity? Are they a strategic thinker or a tactical only? Make sure they're well positioned. And the workload you have on their plate, is it too much? Is it too little? An under-challenged employee is as bad as an over-challenged employee. So that work equalization is really important. I think looking at where there's good group processes, and if you're not doing a redesign on the service processes and the various other things, and so we deliver quality service to the customers. So many of the offices, and you take whether it be the function of assessing or tax collection, there's a lot of that's routine, and you really ought to have a consistency. So when a person comes in to deal with a tax bill or a water bill, they know what the process is going to be. And if there's a problem, you're able to go back and to figure out where did that process break down. So that organizational assessment is really critical. Second piece, and these are near equal, but it's a financial evaluation of where things stand. It is so ever important to make sure we're spending the precious dollars we have in the most effective way. That's really, really critical. I know you have, at least within the budget, you have plans to add an assistant city manager. At least that was budgeted. If you haven't made that move yet, and if I'm your candidate, I would hope that you wait up till I got there to assess what is the plan and how will that position be used. And I'm not implying that I'm opposed to that position, but I would certainly want to guard against having extra levels of management, making sure, again, we have the most efficient organization. You got to do a holistic view of that. Facilities management, and not just maintaining the floor. but that strategic view is absolutely critical. And as I looked at the org chart, I had a little concerns. Is there enough high-level view at the facility level? When you look at what you currently have, and with the $30 million of local option sales tax, what you will be spending, you look at the aquatic center, the community center, the civic center, all the other things you're doing, that's a really big number from an asset standpoint. That needs to be greatly considered. Now, I believe it was July of 2016, there was a 45-page PowerPoint presentation presented to the council on facilities and assets. That's 5 years old. It needs to be reviewed. And it's been nearly 10 years now. August of 2011, there was a trails and I think it's an 89-page document, excuse me, on trails and parks. There's some 53 projects within that. 30% were short-term, 40% medium-term, 30% long-term. With those were about 72 different objectives. Those need to all be updated. So there are some strategic things on the plate. And while those two things I just mentioned, the facilities plan and the trails and the parks wouldn't get finished, they need to get started so that as quick as possible, I have a good organizational plan. I will have had the opportunity to bring it to the council for review, consultation on. If there are organizational structural changes, it's been my practice, I would have been able to identify those and bring them to the council within 60 days. What I'm talking about is not a new process to me. It's a process that I developed in private industry, and I've been able to master, if you will, in municipal government. And that's what I would bring to Willmar if I came there in those first 90 days.
Thank you. We're going to open it up because council, I know, will have some follow-up questions that they have for the next, few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So if we can do that, that would be great.
Guy, thank you for your candid answers to our questions. And council, are there questions that you would like to follow up with Guy? Councilmember Osk.
Yeah, you mentioned kind of that diverse background in that you kind of had all these different experiences in your life. Could you maybe tell us like one thing from some of those unique experiences? Like, so one thing that you would bring to a city manager position from growing up on a farm, one thing from the military, one thing from your private business endeavors.
Okay. Well, both in private and municipal, certainly financial management has been a mainstay. Early on, it was on a profit and loss P&L type responsibilities. But the truth of the matter is the basics were easily transferable to municipal government. I go back to my growing up days. I guess the term was you work from can to can't, from daylight to dark during hay season or whatever it is. My entire career, both as a kid growing up, but certainly in the military, and then all through corporate America, and then in municipal America, my job has always been 24/7, 365 days a year. So I am always on call, and that includes while on vacation, if it's that important. That's just who I am. I don't go to bed with a lot of emails or voicemails left over. It drives me nuts to think there's stuff done up or something important I could have dealt with. I don't mean to imply I'm a workaholic, but that's the way I keep my head on straight, is being on top of the operations, and that's the way I did it through military. I did it that way through corporate America, and it was a seamless transition when I came into municipal government, and it's worked well for me.
Additional comments or questions from council? Councilmember Nelson, did I see your hand go up there? Okay, Guy, I just want to thank you for for taking some time with us here today. I think we spent about 50 minutes together, and we've learned a lot about you. I used to be a runner, and now I'm what they call a Clydesdale. And that means I'm over the size of being able to run successfully. So we have great running clubs here in Willmar. Actually, we had some of our high school kids that actually went to nationals and won the Nike Nationals. And I believe that was in about 2009, if I remember correctly. So Willmar's a great community. You would love it here. I can tell by your energy, your smile, your welcoming that you would be a great fit. The problem is that we've got 3 other people we get to listen to as well. And we wish you well. And I know that Patty will be in touch with you. And Patty, any closing comments you wish to make?
Guy, I just want to thank you very much for your quick action every time I'm asking for information to get to us. And I will follow up with you on the next process. They have a special meeting going on Thursday to make a final decision on who's going to be moving forward. And I will be in touch with you throughout the process.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Patty, may I make one other comment, closing comment, if I might?
Sure.
Okay. One thing that doesn't stand out in my resume, and I would like to speak to, as you know, I went through and grew to a sizable organization as much as on both in corporate America and in merit and employee base over 500. I took quite a spill, and I finally was able to get back in municipal government in Thetford in a interim role. That was an employee base of 13. The point I want to make is I was successful with 13 as well as I was with large. And, you know, if it takes washing windows some days, that's what I will do. I shovel the sidewalks during the winter at City Hall. I change the filters on the air conditioning unit. I was the de facto public works director. So I am not a person who's afraid to roll up her sleeves, and when we need to wash windows, we'll do that. When we need to strategically plan, I'm skilled at that as well. Let me close. I greatly appreciate the opportunity, and I look forward to hearing back from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great afternoon.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay, Council, we have about 7 minutes here to regroup. And so if you need to step away for a minute, that's fine. But we will regroup again at 3 o'clock. So Patty, anything that you wish to add, or Brian, either one of you? Okay, we'll regroup in about 7 minutes. Okay, Patty, I'll have you get us started again, and we'll hop off from there. So go ahead.
Welcome, Taylor. Can you hear us okay?
I can. Thank you very much.
Well, it's a pleasure that I actually get to meet you virtually. We've been talking on the phone for through this process, so it's good to meet you.
Right. Definitely.
I think we have everybody on.
Definitely.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. So again, welcome. And as I shared with you earlier, a little bit about the process. What we'll do is we'll have everybody introduce themselves. We'll have the mayor talk a little bit about the community, and then I will turn it over and I will ask the questions so it can kind of speed up the process a little bit. Council will maybe have some follow-up questions along the way, and then we're going to give the opportunity for the council to ask some additional questions that they feel that need to be answered towards the end.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it. Can't wait to meet everybody.
Super.
Marv Calvin, I'm the mayor for the city of Willmar. And this is a very exciting time for the city of Willmar. And I'm sure if you have looked at, done your research on Willmar, you'll find that this is our 5th position that we've had in the last 10 years that we're looking for a new city administrator. So we have a lot of opportunity here in Willmar. We have a very strong, diverse community. Our diversity is one of our strengths. And with that gives us the opportunity for a lot of local development around housing, our ag-related jobs and opportunities. Our employment base is steady. There are businesses adding jobs daily, and if not daily, weekly and monthly for sure. We have a very nice Y project going on, which is about a $50 million project, which will take about 50% of the rail traffic that was coming through Willmar, which will actually bypass Willmar over on the west side of town. And that should be done here within the next couple of years. And so that will help us a lot. One thing that we've also done very successfully is our Census 2020. As you know, that the census was completed last year, and Willmar was one of the communities that was recognized for its excellence in that survey process. And our city staff worked very diligently to make that happen along with community leaders. We have a lot of great things happening here in Willmar. What they say is Candiway County is where the lakes begin. And in Minnesota, there's well over 10,000 lakes. And I believe in looking through your resume, I think I saw that you like to go fishing. And so there's a lot of opportunity for that. And the recreational opportunities here are endless. We have a bike trail system. We have a running system. We have, you can get connected with a lot of different things for recreational opportunities. With that being said, we have a very stable workforce here in Willmar. So when there's been downturns in the economy, Willmar has fared very well. And that is because of some great things that we've had happen here. So we have a very stable workforce. Within the city, we currently have about 11 positions that are open, and that gives the new administrator the opportunity to build their own team and build a team that will function within the parameters that the new administrator wishes to have them function under. And so we've got tremendous opportunity here, and I really feel strongly that Willmar is a great city to work for. I had left the area and came back in 1999 and served as fire chief here for a number of years, and then went and worked for the state Ridgewater College, and then been serving here as mayor now. I think we're about 7 years, I think. And so with that being said, I'm going to introduce the council members, and I'll start with Councilmember Fagerly, and then they will follow and introduce themselves and make some comments as well.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome to Willmar, Mr. Brooks, through the Zoom meeting. It'd be nice to see you in person, but that'll have to wait. I'm in my 29th year on the council, born and raised here, went away to school and came back and started my own business. I'm married, 3 grown children and 6 grandchildren, so welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and welcome, Mr. Brooks. I'm Audrey Nelson, and I was elected in 2013. I'm a native of this area. I believe strongly in education and also the importance of networking. I do think that Willmar has a responsibility to function as a regional center, and also we're lucky to be able to support an active tourism in our area. I do also believe that it is important to be involved at the state level, and I've had the privilege of being involved with our League of Minnesota Cities and the Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities. And with that, I believe in an open process of government, and I'm looking forward to learning more about you. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Mr. Brooks. Thank you for being with us today. My name is Andrew Plowman. I began the council in the year 2014, the same year as our current mayor. So this would be the 7th year that I've been on our city council. It's been a great learning experience and a great privilege. My family owns and operates a local manufacturing company here in town. I've spent 37 of my 38 years here in town, and I have 3 young children, and we plan on staying our duration in the city of Willmar. Excited about the growing list of opportunities, both economic diversity, educational, the healthcare facilities that exist, and just all of the other amenities that the local community has to offer. The mayor already made mention of the infrastructural changes and additions that are taking place. Also should be mentioned is a project well north of $100 million that will increase the 4-lane up to the northeast, connecting us with the I-94 corridor, which will be a great asset industrially and commercially to the area. So I think a lot of hopeful and beneficial things lie on the future for our city. So nice to meet you. Thank you for being with us.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Hello, Tyler. I am Julie Osmus, and I am on my 2nd term on the city council. I retired from the Willmar Police Department after 33 years of service. I'm blessed to have my son and my daughter and grandchildren that live in Willmar. I'm excited that you're interested in our community because it really is a great city. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for serving your city.
Welcome, Mr. Brooks. My name is Vicki Davis. I've lived here for quite a while, raised 11 kids here. Some of them moved away and moved back because they realized it's better to stay here. And now we have 5 grandkids, and I've been on the council for just over 2 years.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a big family as well, so I'm glad to hear that.
Hello, Mr. Brooks. My name is Michael O'Brien. I moved here in 1988. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you for the support. It means a lot.
And I moved here in 1988. I was a conservation officer for the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources. And I've been here now. I've been retired for about 17 years. I have 3 children, 2 in law enforcement. My wife is a nurse here at Caris Health. And we just love the community. I was on the school board up in New London Spicer, which is just north of us a few miles, for 14 years. So my family's big in education, and militarily, we have 5 generations of military. So,
Outstanding.
well,
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Tom Barfield. Thanks, Mayor, and welcome, Mr. Brooks. I've been born and raised here in Willmar, Minnesota all my life. I'm just looking forward to get this position filled so Willmar can move forward.
I understand.
Hi, Tyler. My name's Justin Osk. I like going last because it means no one's really listening anymore. We've all stopped paying attention. So my wife and I moved here about 5 years ago with our kids. We look forward to moving to Willmar and have loved living here. Great community. We've appreciated the diversity and just the kindness of neighbors. We grew up in Minnesota, moved to Atlanta, Georgia for about 7 years, and just really felt called to come back and appreciate all the recreation of the lakes and whatnot as well. So looking forward to hearing more about you and how you envision yourself joining our community.
Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Brooks, Tyler, you will notice that we have a very diverse council, and we really bring a lot of strengths. We have a lot of community service, and we're all here for doing the greater good. And with that, to make things move smoothly, I feel comfortable. We're going to be writing notes, or at least some of us are. I'm a note taker, so you'll be seeing me looking down, and it's not that I'm trying to show off my bald head, but just trying to take some notes. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Patty, and she will be asking the questions. And then, as she stated, there'll be an opportunity for council to do some follow-up if they wish at the end. Patty.
Thank you. They each have your resume and cover letter, so they've had an opportunity to review all of that information. So we don't want to go over that again. So we thought we would just dive right into the questions right off the bat. So how does this position fit within your career goals? And where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So this is the first decision that I get to make for myself after leaving the military. It's quite exciting. Willmar is going to be a great fit for our family, and I believe I'm a great fit for Willmar and for that position. And in 5 years, if things are going all right, then I'm still going to be in Willmar because that means our family loves it and we're doing a lot of good things in the city. And so as far as my career progression, like I said, this is my first step outside of the military, and I'm choosing to come here. And I'm so tired of moving around. I've moved 4 times in the last 8 years, and so we're ready to stay in one spot for a while.
What is the strongest skill set or quality you would bring to Willmar as their city administrator?
Yeah, thank you for that. So the strongest skill set that I have is I know how to lead people and manage resources, large organizations. I've led organizations. A city the size of Willmar with a staff the size of Willmar, they need someone, yes, who knows how to be a city administrator, but someone who knows how to lead. And when you have that many people in a community and in an organization, there's a lot of eyes looking at you. You need to know how to handle that, how to help people through things. That's what I've been doing. That's what I've been trained to do since I joined the military. A lot of you have, sounds like you have some military knowledge, but for those that don't, I hope you're not insulted by this, but there's really 2 categories of people in the military, 2 types of personnel really. There's enlisted and there's officers. And the enlisted are some of the best technicians in the world. They are very good at what they do. They start off day 1, they're expected to know and master their craft as soon as they can, and they move on to become supervisors and managers. Officers, on the other hand, are expected to step in and lead and manage complex situations right away. They're the managers and the leaders, the ones drafting the orders. They are the ones that are expected to do that. That's what I've been trained to do since day 1, and I've been doing it for 8 years. And I've had some success at it. My current position right now is I'm an ROTC instructor for cadets at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. Embry-Riddle is the largest detachment of cadets outside of the military service academies. We've got over 450 cadets. And so the Air Force recently changed things, but you have to be competitively selected to do that, because if they're going to have someone training their next generation of leaders and officers, they want to make sure that they vet them well. And I've had enough leadership experience. I've been recognized well enough that they have asked me to come and do that here, and it's been a wonderful opportunity. So that's where I am right now, and that's what I believe I have to offer the city of Willmar. It's my leadership.
Working in the government and working at a city the size of Willmar are going to be different. And when you switch over to working with a city, there's a lot of policies, there's a lot of procedures, there's a lot of understanding of what the rules and regulations are. How do you think you're going to be successful on learning those things in a very quickly manner? And what I'm talking about is they've got a city hall that's being built. The funds that are going to be used for that is very specific, based off of what is in the charter, what is in the referendum, and how the plan was put together. And there's a lot of rules and things like that associated with being a city manager and administrator that you need to know. How are you going to go about trying to get up on all of this as you start?
Yeah, great question. Thank you for that. First of all, can everybody hear me okay? I feel like I'm kind of whispering. You doing okay? I don't want to shout in anybody's ears. Okay, good. All right, so you'll be obviously hearing me reference my military background quite a bit. Like, I've deployed twice, moved 4 times in 8 years. When you deploy all the way across the world to an area of the world that's unfamiliar with 70 people that you just met, and you're expected to get turnover with the people that are on their way out in 5 days or less, and then you own the mission and you're supposed to keep it going. That requires a lot of, that doesn't give you a lot of time to sit around and slowly ease into things. Same thing when you move a lot in the military. You don't have time to sit around and just ease into things. You have to learn right away. You have to rely on your subject matter experts, have a lot of trust in them. And I intend to do that with all of the department directors. I have a very similar type of organization and the largest ones I have managed. The largest organization I managed was about 210 people. And I had 10 different section chiefs, is what we call them in the Air Force, kind of like a department director. And they are the senior enlisted. Those are the members who have been in for 15 years. They're experts. Part of their job is to mentor and develop company grade officers that have just been in for less than 6 or 8 years. So you learn to rely on them, and you also learn how to manage them. And you don't just blindly follow them. You have to make your own decisions and make sure you understand that decision before you move forward with it. And so that's what it will look like for me, is coming in, relying heavily on them, understanding things, making decisions, making sure I understand it before I make those decisions, taking people like Brian to lunch frequently, so that you can get to know the city. I can just become a sponge around someone like him. In all of my assignments in the Air Force, I always knew that I wanted to separate and become a city manager, and so I always networked with city managers. When I was in Nebraska, I was part of the Nebraska City County Managers Association. I went to their annual conference in Norfolk, Nebraska, or Fremont, Nebraska, rather. And here in Florida, I've been trying to get involved with that, but COVID has put a lot of restrictions on that. But I've still met 4 or 5 city managers down here, and I'm getting their mentorship and trying to, not only in the job search, but what the first 6 months of the job should look like, who I should be meeting, getting out and meeting the Chamber of Commerce, the business leaders, the pastors, the citizens, the legislators. As you already mentioned that earlier, just the importance of getting to know those people. Networking is huge. You can never network too much. And that's what I plan on doing.
Thank you. What are your core values? Tell us about a time your values played a role in your professional life.
Well, core values. In the Air Force, there's 3 core values that every airman adheres to: integrity first, service before self, and excellence in all you do. I have my own religious convictions that go along with that as well. And so when you lead large organizations, you need to know how to handle a diverse set of challenges. In the military, I've led some very severe technical challenges that got, we had outages that had generals' attention, and they're calling saying, "What's going on?" "Well, I don't know. I'll call Captain Brooks. He's heading this up." And so there's that type of environment. And then there's also the type of environment where it's not a technical thing, it's just a people thing. Someone's struggling when they're deployed because they miss their family. We've all been there. You've cried with them, you've talked to them. You have to help lead an organization through difficult things, like a retired master sergeant that we had been retired for less than 6 months, and he passed away. He was a mentor for, at the time, my organization of 60 people. You have to be able to manage all those types of experiences. So the core values that I rely on are those Air Force core values, specifically service before self, and just really putting yourself in the shoes of the people that need your help, that need your leadership and your mentorship. And you combine that, like I said, with some of the religious values I have. That's my core. That's what I use to guide my life.
Thank you. If a single member or two members of the council approaches you with a request or position that you know is a conflict with the majority, how would you deal with the situation while maintaining a working relationship with that individual or individuals?
Yeah, so that's not uncommon. I always have, whether it's my subordinates or my leaders coming to me with different things. And there's always a solution, even if it's majority rules. But what you need to do is you need to understand what their position is. You need to understand what the other side's position is as well. And you need to advise them and let them make the decision, give your recommendation. And, when you just stick to the facts, complex things like that become simple. You present them the facts and then they can decide on it. You don't have to take a side. You just have to get the facts and present it to them. And, you have your recommendation, but that doesn't mean you're taking sides or pitting people against each other. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm going to go into another one of these that will, we're going to go into, here's the question. What would you do if the mayor or a city council begins to overstep their role as an elected official and interferes with the day-to-day operations of the city? How would you handle that?
Well, the first thing you do is talk to them. Ask them if they're aware of the things that they're violating. One of our jobs we would always joke about in the military was as company grade officers, one of our jobs was to keep the commander out of jail. Make sure that his organization is doing what's right. And if he tells us something to do and it's not, it's not within the right instructions or the right guidelines, then you let that commander know. And I only had to do that a couple times where they were overstepping and they were like, oh, I didn't know that. Thank you so much. And that's what you have to do. So it's not usually, my experience is that it's not usually malicious intent. And that's what you have to do. Now, I did have an experience when I was deployed where a commander was asking one of my master sergeants to do something that my master sergeant was really uncomfortable with because it was involving the safety of somebody. And the commander kept pressing, and I came back to the commander and I said, sir, here's what you're asking him to do, and here's why I disagree with you, and I think that you should back off on this. And he looked at me and he said, you're 100% right. I didn't see it that way. I just saw it as him, giving me resistance and not wanting to do something. And once he understood the ramifications of it, he backed off, and he actually went and apologized to that master sergeant and said, hey, I didn't realize I was doing that, so thanks for letting me know.
Thank you. How would you keep the council informed about ongoing and key issues?
Well, what I've learned in my experience as a leader is you never become the highest ranking member to know about a problem. Okay? You never want to be that guy. So, whether it's good news, bad news, status updates, you want to keep the council involved. You want to keep the mayor involved. And I think I mentioned it in my cover letter as far as my bluff strategy, the bottom line up front. There's so many things going on in the city. My intent is to give all the advisors involved the bottom line saying, here's what's going on. I need you to make this decision. Do you have any questions? And a lot of times that's enough information. We're like, no, just here's my vote, here's my decision, let's go. And that reduces the amount of time spent deliberating and trying to have conversation when we could be moving on to other problems. So I turn to council, I'll turn to the mayor, I'll give them the bottom line. If they have more information, I'll fill them in with more facts afterwards. But that's how I plan on keeping them involved. You can get a lot more information communicated if you give them the bottom line up front.
Let's get into diversity. The mayor talked about Willmar being a diverse community. What has been your experience working in communities or businesses with diverse cultural backgrounds?
Well, I mean, that's, first of all, it's just the right thing to do, is treat people with dignity and respect regardless of their background. I don't care who you are. And as a leader overseeing that many people, you're going to naturally have all backgrounds, races, genders, sexual preference. It doesn't matter. What matters is, are they going to be able to get their job done, and what resources do they need to get that done? Are they feeling comfortable and safe at work? Are they facing discrimination? What can you do as the leader to get them the resources that they need to be the most effective they can be in their job? And I would say I've led every one of those backgrounds and done it successfully.
You talked about the employee, but how about the interaction with community?
Right. So interaction with community members with a diverse background, absolutely. So again, you keep things simple. You figure out what their needs are. You figure out what they're actually trying to communicate to you. And once you figure out and you cut through, a lot of times people will tell you a really big, long story, and the whole time you're listening, you're just trying to pick out, what action item are they asking me for? What do they need me to do? And that's what I'm looking at. I'm not looking at at those diverse issues, I suppose. I'm looking to see what I can do for them. I am aware of those things, but that's what I'm looking for. I'm trying to pick out what they actually need, and I'm also trying to pick out what they actually mean, because people don't always say what they mean. The words don't always match what they mean, and it's easily to get offended when people say something and you know that's not what they mean something else. So you try to have some emotional intelligence and maturity, realize what they're actually trying to say, and just get through it. Get through to the bottom of what they need from you and help them however you can. Have a big set of ears. I try to listen a lot more when people talk to me, because number one, I hate getting interrupted, especially when I'm saying something and they respond to it, and I'm like, that's not even the question I'm asking, but I'll let you finish and then I'll tell you more. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but.
Absolutely. It's important that the city administrator be active in the community. If you were chosen to be the city administrator, how would you be visible within the community and build relationships within the city of Willmar?
Yeah, that's just part of what I do everywhere I go. That's who I am. You know, whether it's through church activities, getting to know people and their families. Something that would change for me is obviously getting to know some of the legislative officials and the Chamber of Commerce. But the way you do that is you attend city functions and you ask when they're doing something, or you invite important, or not important, but the right category of people to some events they might be interested in. You meet the pastors, you meet whoever it is. If you go out to the disc golf course and someone's throwing by themselves, you say, hey, you want to join our group? You want to come along? And you get to know people. And that's just what you do everywhere you go. You talk to people, introduce yourself. And that's how I plan to get involved, is just through everything that I do. I naturally coach soccer teams and I get to know their parents, and I know what their parents do. I ask them what they do and what their career ambition is and what their plans are for the future. It's just something that I'm naturally curious about. And so that's what I do. If you ask people questions and you can get them to talk about themselves, they really start to like you. So that's how you, as the book says, win friends and influence people. Get to know them, see what's important to them.
I have some questions about the workplace. How would you embrace and establish a workplace environment where employees feel valued and respected?
Well, hopefully that's already established. And if it's not, then I will be asking people to, I have an open door policy. You know, I don't care if you're the lowest ranking airman or the lowest ranking civilian. You know, if there's something unethical or illegal or immoral or something that's making you feel uncomfortable like that, you got to let me know. You got to let somebody know. And if they're not taking action, then let me know. And so if they know that all the way from the top, they're open to that kind of feedback, that really means a lot to people. And what I try to do is not sit behind my desk. I hate being behind my desk. I try to get out of my office and look at something farther away from my face than my computer screen. One of the best ways to do that is to go into the back shops, go into the work centers. One thing I want to do is go out with some of the parks and recreation crew and, you know, clean up a park for a couple hours with them, or whatever task their job is for that, you know, whatever their task is for the day. I want to get out there and I want to meet them. And I won't be able to do that all at once. I'll do it here and there, but I want to get out into the shops and meet them so that I'm approachable. And if I'm approachable and everybody knows my expectations and I understand their expectations for me, then it's open dialogue everywhere. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it segues into the next question.
Okay.
How do you monitor individual employee performance? And what actions do you take to ensure that employees' performance is at a high level?
Well, there's a couple ways. You know, obviously you can't do everything. You can't manage every single person. So you do have some delegation that you do. You trust your department directors. You give them certain expectations so that they understand it clearly. But one of my favorite things to do is to follow my own process. So I'm a cyber or communications officer in the Air Force. And if I have a problem with my computer, I don't walk down the hallway to my airman and say, Airman Snuffy, can you come over here and help me with this? Airman Snuffy is everybody's hypothetical airman. We love that name, by the way. We say, can you come down here and fix this for me? And I don't do that. Sometimes I do, but for the most part, I call the help desk and I open a ticket. And I say, all right, first of all, I write down who answered the phone. And were they informative and helpful? Could you tell that they just hated their job? What's going on? Is that the type of people you want answering the phone and being the face of the communication squadron? You know, you do that, and then you see how long does it take for your ticket to get opened and routed to the correct shop, and how long does it take that person to respond to you? And you know, I like to follow those processes because it gives you a good sense of where the organization is, and make, you know, you can make some changes if needed. And then obviously you give the feedback. You follow up with that department director, might even bring in that technician and say, hey, here's what I experienced. Good job. You know, a simple, nice job goes a long way sometimes. So.
The city has a great relationship with the superintendent, surrounding cities, counties. How would you get to know the surrounding cities, counties, superintendent, and to build that relationship?
Yeah, so networking again is huge. Attending the city county managers associations in the area. You know, if they're not regular, if the people in the area are not regularly meeting together, I would assume they are, because everywhere else I've been, the city managers or administrators and county administrators got together, you know, every month or so and just had breakfast or something. I would assume that they do that. And if they don't, then that's something I'd like to do. Get them all together and take turns. We go to their town one day, the next time we go to my town, whatever it is. So you get to know them, not just through email and things like that, but you know, getting face to face with them. Hopefully COVID will release, you know, we'll have a lot more restrictions released so we can network, but I found a way to network even through COVID. So we'll find a way to make it happen up in Willmar too.
If you were the successful candidate, what would you do the first 90 days on the job? And what would be your number one priority?
Yeah, so the number one priority is always the people. You get to know the people and then you get to know the resources. So you get out into the work centers, you meet the department directors, you make sure that you understand their expectations for you, you understand their expectations. You meet with the city council, see if there's any fires that need put out right away. Is there something can I get a quick win and just knock something out that's been bugging them for a while? Something that's important to the city, that's a really easy thing to do. Take care of some things like that, and look through the strategic plan, look through the 40-year plan, see what's there, make sure that the actions we're taking is actually going in that direction. And if it's not, talk to the planning department, talk to the city council and say, is this really what you want? Because we're not going that way. Or if you are going that way, then see what you're doing right and do more of that. But ultimately, it's about the people, seeing what they need and giving them the resources they need, building up their morale, asking how you can help them. That's what I plan on doing the first 6 months. Hopefully I can accomplish that a lot faster than 6 months, but that's what I'm looking at. I also want to get spun up on the projects with the local option sales tax that's going on right now and see where we are with those, because that's a really big deal to the community. And I have some personal interest in that. And I'm married and we have 5 kiddos that we would bring up there. And I've got one in elementary, middle school, high school, and college. And so I have an interest at a lot of different layers of the city. And so that's what I want to do. I want to get involved and see where I can help out.
How comfortable are you with technology? And can you give an example of a situation where technology played a role in improving local government processes?
So an example for local government processes. I don't have an example for local government. I have countless examples in the military of ways we make things better all the time. I'm a cyberspace operations officer. That's what we do. We make a lot of things better. One of the things that we also do is we simplify processes. We've got processes for everything. And you know what? Sometimes you just need to go take care of the problem. So yeah, you want them to open a ticket, you want them to go through the process, but you know what? This person's been jerked around for 2 weeks trying to get something done. So look at that process and see if you can make it better. Now, as far as technology, we utilize all kinds of different project management software in the Air Force to try to make the process more trackable. That's my experience. It's not a difficult thing. You see what's out there. You also network with other communication squadrons throughout the Air Force. And you say, hey, what are you guys doing? We have this problem. Has anybody else experienced this problem? How'd you solve it? We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Let's network and see what we can do better. So that's what I plan on doing. Networking, getting with local. I want to find a city that's similar to Willmar in size and proximity to a big city, and see what some of their best practices are. Does our city staff match the same size of city staff that they have? Do they have certain technology that's just making things awesome for the community? Can we get involved and do something like that? So I know that's not a specific answer, but that's how I would address that.
So based off of your answer, you're really familiar with technology and there's no issues there at all.
No, I don't have any issues with technology.
Perfect.
That's what we're trying to do.
Tell me your experience that you've had dealing with strategic goal setting or master plans, capital improvement plans. Yeah,
so my second job in the Air Force was the Plans and Projects Flight Commander. That means as we were in charge of probably about 20 projects with a value of over $100 million total of all those projects. And our job was to keep those projects moving forwards. One thing that drove me crazy in that position was log jams, simple things that people were waiting on that's been delaying a project for 2 weeks. And so all you got to do, in those situations is usually get people in the same room and quit pointing at each other and get it done. When I deployed to Kuwait, there was a simple problem where people could not call the base with their cell phones. This problem was going on for over a year. And I came in and within 72 hours, I had people from 3 different continents on the phone at the same time. They resolved the issue in an hour. Okay. it was all because they said, "I'm waiting on this person," and that person said, "Well, I'm waiting on that person," and it was just a big web of blame. So you have to get in there and unclog those log jams. So that's my experience with getting in after projects, getting things done. Capital improvement projects, the most similar analog, I would say, is when we were deployed, we had a section of base. So we'd been at Ali Aslim Air Base in Kuwait for decades now, okay? And there were still airmen living in tents out there when they would deploy. So we took a new section of base that was completely untouched, and the task was to build new dorms, several buildings, and we had to start from scratch. We had to dig the infrastructure lines for electricity and for the comm lines. CE, the civil engineering and communications departments were working hand in hand, making sure that they're not having to dig twice, and making sure that the supplies that they're ordering in from vendors who were in a completely different country that we had never met before were still meeting the requirements that we needed for those buildings. And we got most of the way done with that, but then our time was up. So in 6 months, our time was up and we were ready to go home. But project management, project oversight, managing a huge, a high number of assets, that is something that I do all the time. And as it relates to local government, again, I don't have the city management experience, and I'll acknowledge that. There's going to be a learning curve there. And I hope everybody on the council hears that I understand that there's a learning curve, but I hope you also understand that I'm not coming into it completely blind. I do have a master's degree. Now, experience, that does not replace experience. There's certainly an amount of experience there that matters, but I'm not coming into it completely blind. And I hope that means something. And there's nothing that I've been able to, that I haven't come across that I haven't been able to tackle so far. Quick timelines, quick turnaround. I know I can do it.
That was going to be my next question, is how you felt, what do you feel is going to be the biggest challenge moving from your current position over to a city administrator position?
Yeah, and that's a big piece of it, is learning the language of city management. When you join the Air Force, they say you need to learn Air Force E's because there's so many acronyms. There'll be an entire sentences made up completely of acronyms. You have to get used to that and get spun up on that. And so, yeah, that'll be one of the biggest challenges, just learning the city management language. But those technical pieces can be understood. They can be learned. There's a difference between what you have learned and what you are capable of learning. And I'm very capable of learning what I need to learn to make this happen successfully.
One last question before I turn it over to council. If you were the one that was offered the job, what would you need from council to be able to be successful in the position?
What would I need from the council to be successful?
What would you need from them to be successful?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So I would need their time. I would need to make sure that I can get into their mind a little bit and understand their vision for the community, understand the vision that they're trying to get to. If I can understand their vision and I can get on the same page with them and repeat their vision back to them, then we're going to do some really good things, because then I'll be able to know how things tie together. One thing I expect of my department directors is to think 2 or 3 levels of leadership above themselves. And the reason is they can solve problems a lot faster. When they come to me, I might ask 4 or 5 questions and they've already got the answers. But if they're having to come back to me and I ask one question, they don't know the answer and they keep coming back and forth, then, that's not helpful to me. So if you can have that vision and thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead, that's what I'm going for. So I would ask for their time, help me to understand it. And, I'm going to ask the same question 5 times in a row until I understand if I have to. So I would ask for their time, and obviously any associated patience with that as well. That's what I need from them.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to the mayor.
Mr. Brooks, pleasure to meet you. You answered the questions well, And I can assure you that a lot of the questions that you brought up and said, what about this and what about that? We have systems in place for a lot of that, but a lot of things that you brought to the table are things that we could really use to improve the way we do business as well. So I'm going to open up to council and then I'll have some closing comments. So council, anything that you would like any follow-up questions on? Just go ahead and turn your light on and I'll call on you, or just go ahead and ask your question. Go ahead, Councilmember Osk.
Yeah, Tyler, you come across as a very confident person, and you listed a lot of success that you've had in your leadership. Can you tell us about a time maybe when you weren't so successful, or something that kind of failed for you, and what you learned from that process?
Oh, good. Thank you. Yeah, so the biggest mistake I made in my Air Force career was very early on, and that was not asking questions. I felt like as a leader, they pumped you up pretty high. You know, you're going to be a leader, and especially in your technical training, they're going to be like, you have the most recent current knowledge and this and that. They pump you up and you go out there into the field. And I didn't know what an EPR was. That's a basic performance report for every person in the military. And I just kind of shrinked back into myself, like, what did I get myself into? They trained me for all this stuff. And I waited too long to ask questions. I felt like I was supposed to know it all. And I didn't start growing as an officer and as a leader and manager until I started asking dumb, simple questions and falling on my face, making mistakes, and getting back up and moving forward. And that's what I expect all of my department directors, all of my people. I expect them to operate without fear of failure, obviously within ethical or legal concerns, bounds as well. But I expect them to follow, to make mistakes. Let's make mistakes and move forward. If they're empowered, morale is high. Even if they make a mistake, their morale is high. But if they're micromanaged and they're afraid to make a mistake, morale goes down. They're not as productive.
Additional comments or questions? Tyler, it's great to know you. I think that you'll fit in well in this community. I think a lot of things that you talked about. We have a very nice disc golf course here out at Robbins Island that was just recently reconfigured, that our public works staff did a great job on. So I think there's a lot of great things that Willmar has to offer. I think that you would fit in well here. The problem is that we have 3 other people that think that they would be the top candidate as well. So we're going to have to make a decision here. And as Patty has stated, we'll be making that decision on Thursday on who we're going to call back for the next step. But you'll find Willmar to be a very warm and welcoming community. And I kind of like to tell this story when people talk about community and those types of things. And there was a pastor that was retiring and having served for more than 30 years at the parish that they were at. And they had the parsonage, and the first family came and was going through the parsonage, and the wife stayed outside as the husband went through, and there was a neighbor lady. She was about 90 years old, and she was sweeping the driveway, and she walked over to her and she said, we're looking at a call here to this community, and we're just kind of wondering, what's this community like? And the older lady said, well, why don't we sit down and have a cup of tea? And so they sat down, and she said, well, first off, let me ask you what your community is like. And she said, well, our community, people are kind of snobbish and they really don't talk to you, and they're kind of standoffish, and it's hard to get to know anybody. And the 90-year-old lady said, that's what I found it is here as well. 2 weeks later, another pastor comes through and the same exact things happens. And the neighbor lady goes, well, what's your community like? And the pastor's wife said, I'm involved in this, and I do that, and I do the other thing. And it's just such a great community. I don't know how we could ever leave because we just love it here. And she said, well, that's the same way our community is. And I think that's what you'll find with Willmar. What you give in it, you will get back from it. And I think with Julie talking about her 30 plus years of service, Rick talking about his 27 years of experience on the council, people talking about living in Willmar their entire life, you'll find that what you give to Willmar, Willmar will give back to you plus many times over. And I graduated from here, married my high school sweetheart, And we're fortunate to have 2 children, and our grandchildren live in the area, and we love it here, and we moved back from the metro the same as Andrew did. So we've got a great community here. We have a lot of great things happening, and we would love to, if you're moved forward, we'd love to work together with you in the future. So with that, I'll turn it back to Patty, unless you have some other comments that you'd like to make.
Yeah, I would actually, if you don't mind. Thanks for sharing that. I just want to say, so I grew up in North Platte, Nebraska. It's a town very similar in size to Willmar. I understand the dynamics of a city like that. There's people that are really happy with the way things are, and then there's people that really want some growth and new amenities, new opportunities. And then when we get those new amenities, the same people that are happy with the way it are, they're upset because there's not more amenities. So, I understand the dynamic of a city like that. My dad was a railroader. It's very much a railroad town. He's a member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. My mom's respiratory therapist. Those are the 2 biggest employers in the town, railroad and hospital. And I don't know what the railroad employment situation is like there, but I know it's like going to bed, trying to fall asleep with railroad cars kind of trying to rumble through the town and coming together and being put apart, and the high shrieking noises. I know what that's like. That won't bother me at all. It'll actually feel very similar. It'll be very much like coming home. So I'm familiar with the city, with the dynamics of a city that size, and I really do look forward to coming up there and meeting everybody if I'm selected. So thank you so much for having the trust in me and giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much for taking the time to interview. After Thursday, I will be in touch with you. If for any reason you have any questions for me or for the council, please reach out to me. You have my number, and I'll be available to answer questions for you. And if I don't know, I will get them to you. And I will keep you informed on where we are in the process.
Thanks, Patty. I really appreciate it.
Say, Tyler, I have just one other question. Is there does Nebraska have a football team?
Yeah, not much of one recently, have they? I'll tell you what, there's no other pro team in the state besides the Cornhuskers. So, if you want to sit down and talk some football, I sure will. I think Minnesota owns the series against us, but things are coming around. Our hometown coach is coming back around. We're going to get things turned around. Just wait. I can't wait to have some friendly conversations with some Gophers up there.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and have a great afternoon and evening.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Okay, let's try to be back on at about 3:58 for our next interview. And then we'll be ready. Thanks again, Tyler. Okay, are we good with that?
Good afternoon, Rob. How are
Yes,
you?
I'm doing well. It's great afternoon.
Isn't it gorgeous? I haven't had an opportunity to get outside at all, but it is wonderful.
Well, I've snuck out a few times and I'm looking out the window right now. So there you go.
Yeah, it's about time we get some nice weather.
I haven't looked to see what the weekend has in store.
About the same. I can say this because he's a Minnesotan, but I'm thinking I'm looking very Minnesotan today with my plaid and my cabin looking background.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you're at a cabin. It looks nice.
I'm in my 3-season porch.
Well, I'm still here in the office, but that will change here in about an hour.
Did you all hear about the terrible thing up in Bemidji that Paul Bunyan, the big statue, like his arm fell off? Like, yeah.
Today?
Like
I
today?
think so. After 80 some years, he's going to need like rotator cuff surgery or something, I guess.
You guys think you have problems?
Yeah, I bet you're not interviewing in Bemidji right now, are you, Rob?
Yeah. Oh. Very interesting.
Okay, Patty, we're a couple minutes to 4 o'clock. So anything on the introduction that you would like me to do differently? Or are we doing all right?
You're doing really good.
Okay, sounds great. We have a couple council members yet to pop back on, and
I think we're just waiting for Rick.
right. Oops. I'm sure he's there. He just has his camera off. There he is.
Yep.
Okay, Rob, thank you for stepping up to the plate here and putting your name in for consideration for the city administrator for the city of Willmar. You know, we have a great city here. As you know, you're only 30 miles away, and you're very familiar with Willmar. So with that, I'll turn it over to Patty, and then she will kind of lay out some ground rules, and then we'll kind of go from there. So, Patty.
Thank you. Rob, thank you so much for applying for the position. Today, what we're going to do is I'm going to have the council introduce themselves. And as I shared with you earlier, that I will be asking the questions just so it's easier for you. There is going to be some follow-up opportunities for the council to ask some additional questions or to have some follow-up. So we'll definitely leave some time at the end for that to happen. So I'm going to turn it over to the mayor, and he's going to say a few words, and then the council's going to introduce themselves.
Thank you.
So Rob, again, as Patty had stated, thank you for applying and your consideration for the city of Willmar. I know that you're very familiar with the city of Willmar, and that we've talked a number of different times throughout the years as I've served as mayor here. You know, Willmar is a great community. There's a lot of positive things happening here. We've got a lot of local development happening, as I'm sure you're watching here. Our housing is really booming. That was one of the things that there was a concern in Willmar about housing and new housing units and availability of housing, and that is expanding. As recently as last evening, the council took some action that will bring some additional housing into the downtown area. As you know, the area here has a rich ag industry, and that has allowed us to navigate our ways through the downturns in economies that happened in 2008. And then even with COVID, we've managed that quite well because of our ag economy and how strong that is. Our employment remains strong, and we have businesses in Willmar, either industry or private business, adding jobs weekly, monthly, and of course, daily in some cases. Our Y project will take about 50% of our train traffic that is coming through downtown and reroute that. And that's predominantly due to a straighter access point to Chicago on shipping. And so that freight traffic will be able to move through town more quickly. Our Census 22 work that was done by our employees and our community really surrounded around making sure that we counted our diverse communities. And really, as was pointed out in the article in the Star Tribune just this last weekend, Willmar has been prated as one of the communities that really did it right. And so our employees got behind that, did a good job, and kind of spearheaded that. But if it wasn't for the community involvement, we would not have been as successful. There's a lot of great things happening here in Willmar. And as they say, Candiotay County is where the lakes begin. And Willmar has a lot of recreational opportunities around the lakes. Of course, the stuff happening at Robbins Island and other areas allow that to continue as well. Willmar has a stable workforce with jobs being added on a regular basis, as I stated earlier, and the opportunity for tremendous growth in our industrial park because we have an industrial park that is shovel ready and ready to go with projects. We currently have about 11 openings within the city. And so the new administrator will be able to build their team and put their management team together to function the way that they choose to operate it. And as has been mentioned, we do have a position of an assistant city administrator position open at this time, and that is something that would be something the city administrator could look at in the future. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our council members. I'll start with our senior council member, Councilmember Fagerly, to introduce themselves, and then Patty will then take over and ask the questions, and then I guess I'll be back, as they say. So welcome again.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Woffington. I'm Rick Fagerly. I'm in my 29th year on the city council. I was born and raised here. Came back after college and started my own business. I'm an appraiser, so I get over to Benson every 2 weeks. So I know your area. Hopefully you know our area and know that this is a great place to live and work. So thank you again for applying and good luck.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wolfington. I'm Audrey Nelson, and I was elected to the City Council in 2013. I am a native of this area and have lived here all my life. So I believe strongly in education and networking, and also the importance of Willmar functioning as a regional city for our area, and also the importance of tourism that plays in the responsibility that we have to work with together in Candiotay County. I also feel strongly about being involved at the state level and have had the opportunity to serve on the Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities and the League of Minnesota Cities boards. And I also believe in an open process for government. So welcome. I'm looking forward to our interview process today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Wolfington. My name is Andrew Plowman. I was elected in 2014, the same year as our current mayor, this being my 7th year on the city council. Born and raised in the city of Willmar. I was away for school for about 1.5 years, after which I decided to move back to this community because I really like the growth and opportunity potential. We have a family-owned and operated manufacturing company in Willmar and also in Princeburg. So here's where I've chosen to raise my children. And I guess I I took some time to involve myself in national politics as well as state politics, and I soon realized that I could have the most and the best impact locally right here in my community. Many things have already been said about the community of Willmar and the positive benefits that we have both infrastructurally as well as just community-wise and economically. I believe the future is bright, but we need good leadership to help us get there. And so again, I appreciate you being here, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Welcome, Rob. I'm Julie Osmus. I am on my second term on the city council. I retired from the Willmar Police Department after 33 years of service, and I'm blessed to have both of my children living in Willmar and my grandkids. And I just think it's a great city, and I'm excited that you put in an application to be a part of this great city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Wolfington. It's nice to meet you. My name is Vicki Davis. I've been on city council just over 2 years. My husband and I moved here about 31 years ago, and we have raised a family here, and now we have grandchildren here. Some of our children moved away after they graduated and have chosen to move back because they liked it here. And so I'm looking forward to hearing more about you today.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Wilmington. My name is Michael O'Brien. I moved here in 1988. I was stationed here as a conservation officer for 17 years. And then I moved to New London Spicer, where I was on the school board there for 14 years. And I'm just a new person on this council. This is my first go around. But I've been in a lot of different organizations, and I look forward to working with you if you get chosen. And I also know that you're military, and I appreciate your service, sir. And I have 5 generations of military in my family. Welcome.
Thank you. It's my honor.
My name is Tom Butterfield. I am born and raised here in Willmar, Minnesota. This is my first term on the city council, and I'm just looking forward to getting this position hired so we can move Willmar forward.
Thank you.
Hi, Rob, I'm Justin Osk. It's nice to meet you virtually here. I grew up in Waseca, Minnesota, moved to Georgia after completing education, and my wife and I chose Willmar over job offers in like Chicago and Nevada when we were making that decision, because we wanted to find a community that really shared our values, that we could raise our kids in, and we haven't regretted it for a minute. Thank you for your interest in joining the community and making it better and moving us forward, and look forward to hearing your answers to some of these questions.
Thank you.
So Rob, just to let you know that each of the council members have had an opportunity to review your materials that were given to you. So we don't need to go over all of that information. So we thought we would just kind of go right into some of the questions. So how does this position fit into your career goal? Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Well, Patty, I see myself living in our area in 5 years. I see myself serving as the city administrator in Willmar in 5 years. I see my family enjoying their time in our part of the state. And I think Willmar has a lot to offer, and we would thoroughly enjoy being part of the community.
What is the strongest skill set or quality you would bring to Willmar as the next city administrator?
You know, I think my experience base in a variety of leadership positions from my first days out of college until today have exposed me to a lot of great leaders, mentors. My family has had a big impact on my growth You know, I think some of the skill sets that that I bring is a sense of leadership that embraces the please and thank you approach to leadership. I think I've worked with with people in a variety of positions, and feel like I have some knowledge of leadership and experience.
What are your core values? Tell us about a time tell us a time when your values played a role in your professional life.
Well, I think my core values are family and thankfulness. You know, you approach you know, I think family and jobs in the same manner. It's a sense of mission. You I think you know, show up and perform your best.
I have some questions regarding council. If a single member or two members of the council approaches you with a request or position you know is a conflict with the majority, how would you deal with the situation while maintaining a working relationship with that individual or individuals?
You know, I found that there's never a black and white approach. I think when there is a difference of opinion, you dig into the issue and you'll find that there are shades of gray. And I think compromise and bringing balance, you know, to the proposal or to the issue will go a long way to finding common ground. And I think researching the subject, providing alternatives to the issue will all make a you know, a better decision. It's highly unlikely that a group our size in Willmar or the size here in Benson will agree on all things. But I think we all need to compromise, and we all need to work towards a common goal. And I think that common goal is probably easily understood. But there are many approaches, and I think you know, finding an approach with balance is the responsibility of the manager.
What would you do if a mayor or a council member begins to overstep their role as an elected official and interferes with the day-to-day operations of the city? How would you handle that?
You know, I would say that's I've seen that happen on rare occasions, and I think councils and staff often are traveling in the same direction on a divided highway, sometimes at different levels. And I think when there is the unintentional drifting from one lane to the next and maybe crossing over to the center lane, it's incumbent on both parties to jerk the wheel and get back into the flow. I think you know, I have always had the ability to approach council member when they perhaps are unintentionally overstepping their boundary, or intentionally, you know, finding a way to, you know, to correct the travel. And I've certainly seen it happen before, but I've never experienced it where it's a problem where it interfered with the function of government to the extent that you know, I have a story to tell. It's just not that difficult.
Have another question about council. How would you keep the council informed about ongoing and key issues?
You know, keeping the council informed is the primary responsibility of the manager. The last thing I want is a council member to be caught at the grocery store with a question that they can't answer about a project that is pending or a policy that's in place, or an incident that happened. So in my position here in Benson, I frequently text council members, keep them informed, use email, occasionally phone calls, or personal visits, lunch, you know, whatever social opportunity there is to, you know, send the message, provide information. And I guess I feel like I've been successful doing that. I think the council would agree. And there's not a day that doesn't go by that there's not some exchange two-way, mostly electronic, on the status of the community.
Thank you. Willmar is a diverse community. What has been your experience working in communities or businesses with diverse cultural backgrounds?
You know, I grew up in the South. My father was a serving non-commissioned officer in the Air Force. We lived in Mississippi, we lived in Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. And, you know, I experienced firsthand diverse cultures and historic change in the 60s and 70s. As a serving officer in the military, most of my service was in Germany. On my second tour in Germany, I witnessed some historic change in Europe with the fall of the Berlin Wall and the change in immigrants that and political diversities that were unraveling. Obviously, in the military, it's a melting pot where meritocracy is the rule of the day, and folks advance on their merit. And I've witnessed from my home here in Benson and my home away from home in Willmar, the diversity in Willmar and the change in the culture and the issues, you know, surrounding all of the issues of housing and assimilation and business development. It's been fascinating.
Thank you. It is important that the city administrator be active in the community. If you were hired as the new city administrator, how would you be visible within the community and to build relationships?
I think I would probably approach it just as I do here in town. You've got to be out, you've got to be about, you need to be part of organizations, civic clubs, you need to participate in school events, you need to shop, and you need to visit folks where they work, and you need to go to coffee and be visible and participate in the community. I think there are a lot of variety of organizations, from the faith community in Willmar that is part of my family's life, to the civic clubs and organizations and businesses that you frequent. Just need to be about, you need to be approachable, and you need to be part of the community.
Changing over to employees, how would you embrace and establish a workplace environment where employees feel valued and respected?
Well, I think you approach the position from the beginning as a listen, learn, and lead approach. The activities in City Hall are a bit of a mystery. I haven't spent much time with the city from the municipal corporation, so there's a learning curve that you need to recognize and take time. In order to lead a staff, you have to understand the mission, the function. You have to understand the functionality of the different departments, the wastewater treatment plant, the different functions of public works and administration. I think one of the key things that I found successful in Benson is recognition of safety and how important it is for a municipal corporation. You take a community like Willmar and you look at the dangers that our employees are experiencing from water, wastewater, confined space, hazard environments, to first responders, to our street and maintenance and highway workers, violence in the workplace, susceptibility to administrative staff. Having a strong safety committee led by the administrator, participating by department heads, and a rotating group of employees from the labor side, unions, sends a strong message that the welfare and safety of our workers are important to management, and that their needs are reviewed and resources are put there so that they are not asked to do something that is inherently dangerous without the proper PPE and training to go along with it. And you look at the functions, I think, and you put a safety risk to them. That's the welfare of our staff has got to be a prime concern of the management and council.
Thank you. Another employee question I have: how do you monitor individual employee performance, and what actions do you take to ensure that the employees perform at a high level?
Well, I think they have to understand their job. They have to understand the responsibilities of folks to their left and right. They have to be integrated into the organization so that they know how their position affects others. I think you manage their productivity through performance reviews and support forms that outline goals and objectives that are negotiated and discussed prior to the start of the year, and then reviewed and measured in the performance review. I think you constantly review the organization and its mission and the goals and objectives set by council by having meetings prior to and after council meetings so that policies are disseminated and understood, and that staff are integrated into the decision making of the council, so that we create a sense of team within the organization.
The mayor talked about that there were 11 positions that are open at the city. How would you go about filling those positions? And I know you don't know all the positions and things like that, but the question I have is, do you automatically go from the outside, or do you look within the organization?
Yeah, Patty, I think you have to do both. Obviously, you nailed it. There needs to be an assessment of what the needs are and what the positions are available, and who are the qualified candidates that want to advance. What are their skill sets? What what are their aspirations? What is the availability of the market? Are there transfers from other departments? Are there transfers from other local units of government that would be interesting? I think I know that we've actually lost some of those key positions to other organizations within local government at Willmar, and so I think it's kind of the nature of employment today. There is some movement. You need to assess it, and there's obviously a mechanical function of hiring people that civil service requires. Those steps need to be respected. I think there's a great deal of knowledge here on this panel in the council of who's available and help in recruiting those individuals. You know them throughout the community, and I think you need to employ many different approaches to filling those positions. They're important, and you are right. The appeal of being able to build your own team is an advantage. It's a terrible disadvantage to have those vacancies. But selfishly, I actually recognize that as an opportunity.
I know you're from the area. So the question that I have is relationships with the surrounding cities, counties, townships are very important, and even with the schools. How do you build those relationships? And do you have that right now?
I think we do. We started a kind of an organization, a loose organization, probably 20 years ago. We call it the Gang of Seven. And it comprises the chief executive officers for the county, the hospital, the city, AgriLight Electric Cooperative, the school, and one or two at different times industrial leaders. We meet quarterly. We meet usually in the morning, 6:30, 7. Somebody brings a egg dish or stops by and picks up some groceries. We never have an agenda, but we always have a fascinating conversation about priorities and what's going on in our organizations and how we interact with each other. And I think those informal groups are important. Obviously, they're important. I remember reading the after action report for the bridge disaster that we had on Highway 35 in Minneapolis, and the national takeaway from that was it was a successful recovery. It was successful because all of the key individuals, the key leaders responsible for recovery, knew each other. They had practiced their responsibilities, and they weren't exchanging business cards, at the base of the bridge when everybody arrived. They had a team, and I think in Benson we've been able to achieve that. We're good friends. We have each other's information on our cell phones, and I don't think there's a week that doesn't go by that we don't have some fellowship, some way, somehow with my fellow gangsters in the Gang of Seven.
If you were the successful candidate, what would you do in the first 90 days on the job? And what would be your number one priority?
I think I would approach it the same way I approached my first 90 days in Benson. The very first meeting on the very first day was an invite with the chief of police and the fire chief and the county emergency manager to sit down. We spread out a map of our area, and I received an orientation of all hazards. I think the primary responsibility for any local unit of government is public safety, just like national security is the primary responsibility for the federal government. I think, any leader, whether you are on the council, whether you're the mayor, whether you're the manager, must understand the all hazards, because anything could happen at any time, and you are facing your primary responsibility. I think the first 90 days, it's important to have a schedule and visit each of the departments, introduce yourself, myself, understand the mission, understand the equipment, have an idea on the functionality of that department. I think it's important to have that same outreach to the private sector, to the nonprofit sector, to the various economic and social groups in our community, so that at least on the first 90 days, you can introduce yourself and become acquainted, and start to find your fit in the community. And the first 90 days are fun, because all the people you get to meet, and all the organizations and functions you get exposed to. It's fun. I look forward to it.
How comfortable are you with technology?
Oh, I can, not great. I could use some improvement. Probably a failing on my part is not enjoying the process of learning a new program or activity. Having said that, I can find my way around a computer. I understand the work tools, that a manager is expected to know. There's always something new to learn on the phone, but I think, I'm guessing that some of you feel the same way. You love a knob and a button instead of a swipe and I don't know. I sometimes miss the old stuff. But
have you been involved in improving the local government processes through technology?
We have. There's certainly a lot of meetings and functions that I attend where that's part of our mission. But I'm very proud of what we've accomplished here in Benson. In the electric utility, we've automated our metering with radio communications and downloading our meter readings. We've installed 10 megawatts of generation in our community. We have updated our substation, our transmission lines. I serve on the Missouri River Energy Services Board of Directors, and we've just finished a large $400 million hydro project that was compound complex with permitting and technology and delivering service. I can't help but be exposed to the many things that the agency is working on, but I won't claim credit for leading those efforts. But I've certainly participated in them and have absorbed what I've had to learn. But I'll be humble to say that I'm still a student of technology.
I understand where you're coming from. I love technology when it works.
Yeah, exactly. I can navigate my needs, but there you go. My son, on the other hand, he's my fail-safe for helping out when I'm in trouble. And my wife is, she's a go-to person to fix the broken stuff.
Describe your approach to public outreach, community engagement, and seeking community input. What methods have you found to be most effective?
You know, I do a weekly show, actually bi-weekly on the radio. We communicate regularly with Reed Ampheson, our newspaper publisher. I think we have some influence on the stories, and that the information is correctly portrayed, and information is provided in background as municipal projects and issues develop, so that you know, the information is not sprung on the storytellers at the time you know, you need it published. I think we do a good job of publishing our council meetings and providing outreach to organizations as guest speakers, websites, Facebook, and what have you. I think we use the normal tools, and to the extent possible where the public is paying attention, we're able to communicate. You know, you have to recognize as a communicator, folks have different needs and appetites for information. And I think in this municipal corporation business, it's easy to overwhelm the public with more information than they want. You can certainly go and handle it in different layers, but I think you need to tailor, you know, your explanation to the audience and their appetite for information. I think we do a pretty good job of that here in Benson. You know, we've been able to do a lot of things without public opposition. We've had large economic development projects where we formed citizens advisory committees. You know, at lunch today, we had a committee work on some street projects and capital projects and some funding, so that you involve people in the decisions, and they feel involve people who are outside the municipal corporation into the decisions. They feel part of it. I think you've got to do a lot of approaches. I think you have to experiment, and I'm pretty proud of how we have kept the public informed. I think I am. I think I'm accurate in saying that.
You just talked briefly about your experience with strategic planning. Can you talk a little bit more about your experience with strategic planning and strategic goal setting?
You know, we just finished a session with the council here about a month ago, and we hired a planner or facilitator, I guess, actually, from Missouri River Energy Services, who I think just the week before, the day before, had worked on the Willmar municipal utility goal setting. We started out with meeting with our economic developers and the other organizations in our community, like the Chamber and the Benson Industrial Development Corporation, and key stakeholders who wanted to be heard, who wanted to be part of the strategic planning. And you know, we really wrestled with one question, and I don't think we fully answered it yet, but it's a work in progress. And it's, where do we want to be? What kind of a community do we want to be? And surprisingly, there were a lot of different answers to that question. There was a request for information by a large manufacturer doing a national search for a meat processing facility that would employ 400 people. You know, my knee-jerk reaction is, well, let's get that proposal put together. Let's send it off. Let's compete. You know, but that may not be the right fit for the community. And so we wrestled through that and provided a base of information to the council, who met the next day. And you know, at the end of the session, we had a 12-month plan with 3, 6, and 9-month goals. And we also completed a work plan for our economic development team. It seemed like you never finish. It seemed like it's always a work in progress. But we have those goals and objectives documented. We measure them. We use them as budget builders. Budgets are really a statement of values, and those statement of values are found in the strategic plan. And we have done this almost every other year, and I think we've had some success with it.
Oh, thank you. Well, that wraps up my questions. I'm going to turn it over to the mayor so he can open it up for questions from the council.
Rob, thank you for your answers to the questions, and you gave us a good overview of who you are as a person and your leadership styles, and we really do appreciate that. You know, Willmar, as you're well aware, is a great community, a thriving community, a lot of really great things happening here, and I think you'd really find it be a great place to work, and you know, I really see your skill set really fitting in well. So with that, I'm going to open it up to council. If there are council members that have questions or any follow-up on any questions that we have already asked, feel free to expound on that, and I'm sure that Rob would be willing to answer those questions for you. So council, go ahead. Councilmember Fagerly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Wuffington, Willmar has these local option sales tax projects going. Have you ever dealt with anything like that? And I know you did have Fibermen, and you had a big settlement a few years ago. Were you involved in that somewhat? Could you
Yes, Fibermen was a project that I participated in from day one. I can remember sitting at the office and receiving a call mid-morning. There was a company interested in talking to communities in the area, wanting to build a power plant that would be fueled with poultry litter. I said, what? And I called a friend of mine who was a serving physician here at the hospital who worked on with our economic development organization. And in the afternoon, we drove to Willmar and met with the company. And on our way there, we were kind of laughing and joking about it. But on our way back, we started developing a plan on how we would attract this company. And over the many years, steadily and surely, we built a proposal and built an option and created the opportunity to bring them here with a collection of resources that they needed. We were successful. The plant was built. It brought us to Europe on a couple of occasions to meet with investors and corporate folks who were part of the project. We participated in the financing as a bystander, and that plant operated successfully for, I think, 11 years. And Minnesota was very interested in the 90s in getting into the green economy, and they tried a little of everything. They tried wind, solar, and biomass. And with our experience in biomass with ethanol, they thought for sure that would be a good fit in our state, but it turned out not to be because the costs were too high. And the legislature and Excel and the city reached a term where we would agree to participate in special legislation. And we negotiated with the company and special legislation to receive a $20 million economic development grant, no strings attached, to be used for replacing Fibermen as an economic incentive or infrastructure. The plant was torn down, the grant has been made, those funds are being invested, and we now have a letter of intent with a Danish firm interested in building a biogas refinery renewable natural gas that would take turkey litter from Jennie-O and other sources, plus some dairy manures, and digest that into a renewable natural gas and inject into the pipeline, and take advantage of some renewable credits. We have hopes for that project. The letter of intent has been extended, but COVID is kicking our backside, as it is everywhere. And the company hopes to build 3 facilities, 2 in Minnesota, 1 in Wisconsin, and we're anxious to participate. And so, no, I have not done a local option sales tax, but I have watched your current program and your previous programs. I'm familiar with the priorities that you have set. I've spoken with our legislators about the legislation, and I have some knowledge and experience on how it was achieved. I know it's a partnership between the citizens who voted for it, the council who proposed it, and the legislature who authorized it. And I think those 3 stakeholders be committed and need to be kept informed on the progress of those priorities.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up question, Rick? You good?
I'm good, yep.
Okay. Additional comments or questions? Okay, Rob, again, I'd like to just thank you for taking the time and taking your afternoon to visit with us. I think Patty will kind of talk next processes with you a little bit, but thank you very much for your application and your interest in Willmar. And we think that you could fit in well here, and that Willmar would be a great place to serve as your next city administrator position. So with that, I'll turn it over to Patty.
Thank you so much, Rob, for the opportunity to be here today. As I shared with you, the council has a special meeting set up for Thursday to narrow down the candidates, to bring those individuals for an in-person interview that we shared with you. This will give the candidates the opportunity, if they have any questions, they can follow up with me, or if any of the council members have any questions that I need to follow up with the candidates, this gives me that opportunity to get back to the candidate and back to the council with any follow-up that needs to happen. And then I will stay in touch with you. And if you have any questions between now and then, please feel free to reach out to me. And thank you again for spending the last hour with us.
And Patty, Mayor, Council, thank you for listening, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to be heard.
Thank you very much.
Have a great night.
Council will now go into a recess until about 5:25. You can be back on at 5:25.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone.
Hello.
How'd you think you did?
I don't think I did very well.
Hey, Rob.
Nervous when you started. As you got toward the end, you were better.
Hold on. Hold on. Hello?
Yeah, Rob, you're still on.
Okay, I better shut off then.
Yeah,
Thanks, Brian.
you bet. Talk to you later.
Yep.
Okay, that was awkward.
Yeah, well.
I like this. Makes sense.
Looks like everybody's arriving here, which is good. How are you doing, Patty?
Doing good. Just a reminder that the recorder is still on. It goes on till the end of the meeting. Hi, Dana.
Hi, Patty.
We're just
Hi,
waiting for everybody to show up. And just
Okay.
a reminder that this is a recorded meeting. So I just thought I would let you know that. And
Thank you. Mhm.
I think we actually have all of the council here. So
perfect. Well, I think we could get started then.
I agree.
All right. Well, Dana, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and to apply for the position. As I shared with you earlier, the process, how we would like to proceed tonight is have the council members introduce themselves and then have the mayor talk a little bit about the community. And then I will ask the questions, and then we'll have time at the end for council members also to expand on maybe a question that they have or ask a question that they would like to follow up with.
Great.
So
Okay.
if that's, and just a reminder, this is a public meeting and it is being recorded.
Thank
All
you.
right. So I'm going to turn it over to the mayor.
Dana, thank you so much for your interest in the city of Willmar. City of Willmar is a great community up here in west central Minnesota. You probably Googled us and found out where we are, and we're about 100 miles west of Minneapolis-St. Paul area. And we've got a lot of great things happening in our community. There's a lot of local development that's happening. We've got an industrial park that's ripe for development. It's a shovel-ready industrial park. We've got a lot of housing projects being worked on, and that has been a big concern for the council to address our housing needs within our community, and our developers within our community and outside of our community have really stepped up. And as recently as last night, the council took some action to potentially include some housing in our downtown area.
Awesome.
We have an ag-related economy here. So during the decline in the recessions that happened in 2008, and again with last year, we came through that very, very well, very remarkable. And so that's very good. We have stable employment economy as well, with jobs being added monthly, weekly, and daily in the private sector throughout our community, and people are expanding, and things are very positive here in Willmar. So our outlook is very bright. We have a $50 million Y project, which will take about 50% of the rail traffic that goes through downtown currently. We used to be the second busiest rail yard in the state of Minnesota, and that'll take a bunch of that traffic and reroute it so they don't have to switch, and we'll get commerce more efficiently to the Chicago area, and that's kind of the goal. And they can also, by rerouting around Willmar, they can also then reroute around Minneapolis as well. Our census 2020, we're awaiting those numbers. We haven't saw them yet, but we know that Minnesota did retain all of the seats that they had, congressional seats, and so we're thankful for that. But also our staff worked very diligently on that project to make sure we had a good count of our diverse community. We're a very diverse community, and that brings a lot of strengths and also a lot of opportunities for engagement and those types of things here within our community. What they say about Candioi County is where the lakes begin, and Willmar is the start of that. And so we have two lakes right in our community, and people enjoy those lakes as well. And so we have a lot of opportunities that way. We have a stable workforce, which I talked about earlier, and I'll talk more specifically about the city. We currently have about 11 openings within the city, and this will be a tremendous opportunity for our new city administrator to build that team of people that he wants to work around and with to move our community forward. So there's a lot of great things happening in Willmar. We're really glad that you chose to throw your application in and take a look at us. I think you'll find us to be a vibrant community. You'll find us to be a welcoming community, and you'll find us to be a community that really values our diversity and our ag economy. So with that, I'm going to allow council to introduce themselves to you. And again, feel comfortable. We'll be taking notes. And so if we're looking down, it's not that we're distracted, we're just taking notes. And so
Understand.
we're doing
Thank
so. And with that, I'll turn it over to our senior council member, Councilmember Fagerly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dana, for applying and being here today. I'm in my 29th year on the city council. Born and raised here in Willmar, went away for a few years, came back, started a business. Got 3 adult children, 6 grandchildren. They all live in the area. So it's a great place to work and play and live. So good luck then. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're muted, Councilmember Nelson.
Talking to myself again, right? I apologize. Good evening, Dana. My name is Audrey Nelson, and I was elected in 2013. I am a native of this area, and I feel strongly about education and networking as it relates to our community and our staff. I also feel the importance of Willmar functioning as a regional city in our area, and the importance that we have of tourism and working with our county and our area. I also believe in the involvement of being involved at the state level, and I've had the opportunity to serve on the Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities Board and the League of Minnesota Cities Board. I also am a proponent of an open process and open government. So look forward to learning more about you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Dana. Thanks for being with us tonight. My name is Andrew Plowman. I began the council in 2014. I have an interest in national and state politics, but I decided to focus some of my efforts here locally, as I have 3 young children who I'm raising in the city of Willmar, the city that I grew up in. Have a owned and operated plastics manufacturing business within our family here. I'm quite impressed with the way our community functions and operates together, as well as the future outlook for having all the essential things that we need, but also building on the infrastructural things that we can use to enhance life and enhance the economic diversity also in this area. We're definitely a growing area, and we see large possibilities moving forward, and quite possibly you can play a part in that. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Hello, Dana. I am Julie Osmus. I am in my 2nd term on the Willmar City Council. I'm a retired police officer. I served 33 years on the Willmar Police Department. I'm blessed to have both of my children and grandchildren living in Willmar because I think it's an absolutely great city, and I'm excited that you applied to be a part of us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Dana. I'm Vicki Davis. I've been on council for a little over 2 years now. My husband and I moved to Willmar about 31 years ago, and we raised a family here, still raising a family here. It's a great community for families. And now I'm enjoying seeing my grandchildren being raised here as well. Nice to have you here.
Thank you. Hello, Dana. My name is Michael O'Brien. I got stationed here in 1988 as a Minnesota Conservation Officer. We moved up to New London, which is a few miles north of here. I was on the school board there for 14 years. And my wife is a nurse at occupational medicine at Paris Health, a clinic here in town. We have 3 children. My daughter's moving down here from North Dakota next month to work with special ed students. And my 2 sons are both police officers. And I welcome you, and thank you for putting your name in. Thank you.
Welcome, Dana. My name is Tom Butterfield, born and raised here in Willmar. I'm looking forward to getting this position filled so we can move the city of Willmar forward.
Thank you.
Hi, Dana. My name is Justin Osk. My wife and I moved to Willmar about 5 years ago. I'm just wrapping up my 123rd day on city council here. Loved living in the city, and it's been great honor to serve the community in this way. Personal note, I just got back a couple weeks ago from a little vacation down in Texas, down in Galveston, which is relatively close to you. And some unsolicited advice: if you find yourself driving from Texas to Willmar, bring a 5 and a 3-year-old along for that 20-hour drive. It makes it more interesting.
Yes, yes.
So that's an introduction of the council, and at this time I'll turn it over to Patty, and Patty will be leading the questions. So we're looking forward to your responses, and we'll be recording those. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dana, as I shared with you earlier, the council they do have your materials. They have reviewed it. So instead of talking a little bit about your credentials, we thought we would just jump right into the questions.
Sure.
So how does this position fit within your career goal? And where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Okay. First off, I appreciate the opportunity. The way to answer that question, the city administrator position has really been an aspiration of mine for some time. And through my experience, I've gained additional responsibilities, and at this point have a really good broad-based understanding of municipal government. As you know, I've got over 20 years in municipal government. And I look at the community. I really enjoy the size of Willmar, and so it's very family oriented. I could just hear that through each and every counselor that has introduced themselves. Mostly they're from Willmar. Some have moved in. They are raising a family, or they've had a family, and so that's really what I'm looking for on a personal end, is a community that I can have fun in, work in, be a good professional, and be engaging in the community. That's really honestly what I'm looking for. And I believe that the skills that I've attained to this point, I'm ready for that challenge. And so 5 years down the line, really I look at myself being in Willmar, Minnesota. And because I think you have to spend some time, certainly there's a lot to do there. Clearly a lot to do there. So it's going to take some time in order to get that done and establish relationships and move the community forward in ways that we can, working together as a council, as the stakeholders in the community, staff, all together. And so that's really what I look at as I look forward to this opportunity, and potentially then being the city administrator for the city of Willmar.
So the weather is totally different between Texas and Minnesota. Are you sure you know what you're getting into if you're coming to Minnesota?
I do. So I grew up in Wisconsin. Actually, I lived, my first professional role was in a city of Langlade, Antigo, Wisconsin. And we called ourselves the gateway of the North Woods. Pretty similar to what I think Willmar is to the North Woods or the lake areas. So, you know, growing up in Wisconsin, I certainly had been exposed to the 4 seasons. The winters can be a little bit long, they can be a little bit harsh. But for me, yes, I've been gone a while, but I do miss the 4 seasons. You know, some folks may hole up in the wintertime. I'm one to get out and do things. I used to ice fish all the time. I used to snow ski all the time. And so those are things that I know would be available in the city of Willmar as well. So the weather, yes, it's different, and it can be brutally cold, but I'm certainly up for the challenge. It wouldn't be the first time I've ever dealt with that. So again, I'm used to it and I understand it. I'm a 4-season person.
Thank you. What's the strongest skill set or quality you would bring to Willmar as the city administrator?
So through my years really in the planning and development area, programming for municipal government, I've had contact with city councils, planning and zoning commissions, board of adjustments, historic preservation committees, land developers. And so I've always had been the point person for development projects, and then put those reviews together and made recommendations before those boards and commissions and the city councils for action. And in that process, I've learned how to be diplomatic. I've learned how to work with people. I've gained some good interpersonal communication skills that I can bring to the table. When I involve myself with planning and development, there's a lot of negotiation, a lot of mediation that's involved with working with developers, working with your staff, and working with your boards and commissions that have to make decisions or actions on those proposals. So I really have developed those kinds of skills, but I would say the number one skill I think that I've really learned over time is diplomacy, really understanding how to generate a consensus and working with diverse opinions, and which we all have, and which is all good because we all have ideas, but to bring those into an idea or some sort of decision, potential decision moving forward is a skill. And I do have that skill I've learned in my experience in municipal government.
Thank you. What are your core values? Tell us about a time when your values played a role in your professional life.
So I believe that it's very important as a leader, and that's what I've been. I've been in those leadership positions. I believe that number one, trust. Trust with your community, with the city council, the boards and commissions. Trust with your staff is very important. And along with that is honesty. I like to be open and honest with those that I'm working for, working with. I think those are two important traits. And then integrity really is very large. Being consistent in how I make decisions at a professional level. It's very important to be that way. And I think that that really sets the stage where people get a sense of who I am and where I may land on certain items, certain decisions. And I think in the planning and development area, we always get tested, I think, in those areas. You have proposals that come forward, and you look at your city codes, for instance, or your building codes. Well, it's not all that black and white. There are some gray areas that you need to work within. I worked for a city manager that basically had the theme that you try and find a way to get to yes, and that's not going outside the bounds of your legal documents. It's trying to find somewhere that is workable for who's making a proposal and what meets the needs of your community. And that's working in that large area, which does test your trust, your honesty, and your integrity, because you want to be consistent, you want to be transparent, you want to be trustful and honest, but that's an area that you've got to find alternatives. So you may get tested by others, or others may be looking at you that maybe you're not being as honest or trustful, but you really are, and you're really working within the areas that you can, trying to come up with a good recommendation or decision that's in the best interest of the community. The gray area is a hard area to work in, and you get looked at in ways that you might waver, but you're not. You're being consistently applying your city codes and your building codes to particular proposals important for your community and meeting those needs.
Thank you. We're going to switch over and we're going to talk a little bit about council.
Okay.
So if a single member or two members of the council approaches you with a request or position, there's a conflict with the majority. how would you deal with that situation while maintaining a working relationship with that individual or individuals?
Well, I do welcome the input, first off, and I understand that as a counselor, there's certain ideas you're looking at the betterment of your community. The idea that you have may not fall within the majority. Okay, so it's an idea that we can look at, but you know, the role of the council is to review and act together. And I think that that's foremost, to you know, get those to understand that, you know, that's the process moving forward. And there's ways that you can bring those ideas through. Typically, you want to do some vetting ahead of time. You want to work on that idea, see if it's going to meet your community objectives, your goals, your strategic plan, for instance, and move forward. That you can introduce that idea to the council as a whole, typically through a workshop format, something like that, to get that idea or ideas out there for review. And you might be surprised, most likely will be, that if it's presented, there may be something very fruitful coming from that, because you now get some generated ideas from the other members. And I think that that's the important respect of your counselors, is really bringing this together as a whole. I will do the research. I will make sure that, you know, we understand what you're proposing, and then we'll find a way to get it forward, at least for review at that council level. And I understand that. And I think that differing ideas and opinions is good. We just need to work through that in a very analytical process to make sure that your idea is heard. And that's where I would stand on that.
So what would you do if the mayor or a city council member begins to overstep their role as an elected official and interferes with the day-to-day operations of the city? How would you handle that?
You know, I understand that, and I've dealt with that in the past. Typically, as a staff, I would always go to the city manager. So now in that city administrator role, the way that it's been handled in the past for me is you identify really the rules. Typically, that's a state law that, you know, the council is the policy making body and the staff is administering that policy. So I think it's important to lay out really the roles of the council, the roles of the staff, and the role of the city administrator. You know, the city administrator really should be that point person. So I'm glad it came to me and not to another director. I can manage that. I can manage that very well and work through that process. I understand that. To be persistent and trying to get something through and asking for something to be done, you know, it is a process. And so we need to make sure that we're following our state law, our city charter, and all of those important things, because I think as a counselor, that's what you want to do. And I think it's for me to establish, again, from time to time, those roles between staff, city administrator, and the city council.
So how would you keep the council informed about ongoing and key issues?
I think it's really important. And I guess if there's one thing that I've learned a lot since I've been in this local government and this municipal government gig, but being responsive to your city council is first and foremost. For me, communication obviously is vital. I would be in constant communication with the city council through various mediums that are comfortable with each council member. There's no reason why we can't email back and forth. If you have a question and I get an answer, either from myself or the staff person that can provide that answer for you. So you would email me, you would come to me and I would get that answer for you. And then for updates, for instance, the local option sales tax, the projects that are slated, I think you'd want an update pretty recurrently on the status of those projects as funds are available to move those forward. And so it's not just a day-to-day or email back and forth. It's an actual, we used to do weekly reports in the city of Wichita Falls. And that was important to understand what was going on at the city administrator level, but to advise the council of things that are coming, things that have happened, so you're not blindsided out in the community. So I think that that is really a role of this position, to make sure that you're aware of what's going on. And that may take various mediums and methods to do that, and whatever's comfortable with you. I just think that communication is where things may fall down on occasion, but they won't fall down with me in the city administrator role.
The mayor talked about the city as a diverse community. What has been your experience working with communities and businesses with diverse cultural backgrounds?
I think first and foremost, you really have to get a sense of the culture. Try and put yourself in their shoes, any which way that you can. Your cultures are different. They interact differently. Some don't interact. Some are very hard to reach. So you have to figure out a way, number one, to engage those folks, to understand where they fall on certain issues, if you can. I do know that diversity is very important because it expands the idea base or the reach of what's possible. And so to bring those groups along is very important, because they have a major value in your community. And so if they're hard to reach, we need to find them, whatever way we can do that. And as a city employer in this city administrator role, even from hiring, recruitment, we need to make sure that we are hiring and we're allowing for the hire, and we're making sure that people are making application, those that might not because they feel they don't have a chance. We need to be very open to those diverse cultures, those diverse folks out there that really could have a dramatic effect on what happens in the city of Willmar, for instance, or any community for that matter.
Thank you. It's important that the city administrator be active in the community. If you were chosen for the position, how would you be visible within the community and get involved to build relationships within the city of Willmar?
Well, I would look at, first coming on board, the first really 60, 90 days, you have to be out in the community. You have to really do two things. You have to be out in the community. You have to introduce yourself to those that have a stake, your stakeholders, your key groups, citizens, and your staff. That's primary. Engaging yourself in the community is learning your community. What I would do and what I've done is become a very good listener. I would attend meetings. I would introduce myself, and then I would listen to learn what they are doing, what's important to them. That will help me understand the community as a whole, and it will also identify those that I will be working with in the future in the city administrator position. But I think that's really the key, is to engage yourself to a very high level. And that again is really understanding your community, essentially doing a community needs assessment through active listening at those organizational levels, or any individual citizen that understands that I'm in that role and they want to tell me what's on their mind. I'm a good listener and I take it to heart.
How do you get involved within the city on off hours?
Well, as a city employee, I mean, you have to have a balanced life, certainly, but I think a lot of important interactions in your community happen after hours. And I think that, and what I've done in the past is I've always involved myself after hours. I don't look at it as an 8 to 5, or I look at it as a far-reaching number of hours and whatever it takes. I'm pretty passionate about your community. I'm pretty passionate about any community that I've worked in. And so I enjoy being out there. I'm not going to hold myself back. Again, that's for me to be engaged and to make friends and introduce myself in certain ways. I have no issues. I've had so many night meetings in my career. I don't mind that a bit because you get a lot of things done when folks are more active after hours. That's when they're volunteering their time for community projects or projects for their own organization. To me, that's prime time, and it literally prime time. I think yes, there's a balance, and there would be, but that's important to be out there after 5.
And what I was referring to a little bit is they have so many things going on in this beautiful weather. And there's a lot of activities going on, festivals going on. And how would you engage in those festivals?
Sure. Well, I would know of the festival, and I would just really, it's a matter of attending the festival. I may get asked to do something at the festival. I may get asked to speak at the festival, and I'm certainly willing to do all of those things and would relish the opportunity. Yes, I mean, for me, again, it's a good way to learn that community and what's important to that community. You know, festivals bring people together. I'd be one of those people, and I would want to be in that activity. Yes, there's a lot of them going on, and certainly you can't always be there, but I would be there as often as I can just to learn it, understand it, and do whatever I can to assist down the line. I know it's a lot of time, but really I'm very honest and truthful when I say I really enjoy those types of things in communities. I've always tried to be part of that to some degree. And so even if I'm just there to just to be there and not have any part to do anything, that's an important part for me to learn that community. It's really involving myself proactively.
Thank you. How would you embrace and establish a workplace environment where employees feel valued and respected?
Well, first off, I think it's important to identify, and again, this is the leadership speaking here. We're all under, or should be under, and will be under a particular vision, mission, you know, whatever is important for that organization. So everybody would hopefully be pulling in that same direction. It's important to make sure that folks are on the same page. And we need the people, we need the staff, we need the employees. They are the biggest resource that the city has. There's expertise, there's longevity, they know their jobs, but we have to pull in the same direction. And in doing that, we're doing the right thing for that organization. And that's very rewarding. We do it together. And so we provide good rewards, pats on the back for work done well, you know, to meet that organizational vision and that mission. And that's very important. Certainly, there are certain things in place, pay for performance through human resource management and those kinds of things, incentives for employees that are doing beyond expectations, and those type of things will provide value to an employee as well. But I think the recognition is really the most important part. It's been for me. If somebody is doing a really good job, you recognize that person in any setting that you possibly can, and let the folks know that they are a valued part to this puzzle, this piece of the community, because we all are working together and in unison. And I know that's fairly general, but you have to really toe the line. And if you're toeing the line, you get recognized for it and you have value, and we can reflect on our accomplishments. And that to me is very important, moving the community forward at the staffing level.
One quick question. Do you have experience working with collective bargaining units?
I do not have direct experience working collective bargaining agreements. In my experience, I am working actually in my current role with it's a committee, and I'm not going to think of the name of it, but working on our fire department incentive packages, working with our finance director and our human resources director. It's a meet and defer. There, I knew I'd get it. So I'm on that committee working with that organization. But before the city of Sweetwater, I really had no direct contact with unions, though we had them. In particular, I think that when I was with the city of Duncan, we had fire and police unions there. But that was, again, managed by the fire chief, the police chief, and the city manager at that time. So I was not involved in that.
Perfect. How do you monitor individual employee performances, and what action do you take to ensure that employees perform at a high level?
Through my experience, what I have done is on the individual employee level, those that I had my direct reports, it's a matter of sitting down, conveying that mission, that vision. This is what we're working towards, and having a two-way dialogue on the expectations of the employee and their expectations of me. So it's a two-way street. That's the only way that it works well. You can't direct that this is exactly what you need to do. I need to know how they can do their jobs better, what resources they need, what's important to them personally, to get to know them as the person and the professional. And there's recurrent meetings where we're looking at performance. Are we meeting the mark? And if we're not, can I help in any which way that will help you meet that mark? And that's really more recurrent. I meet with staff every 2 weeks, my direct reports, and we go over a lot of different items, but a lot of it's tied to, the programs that we have in place and making sure that we're meeting those expectations, those time schedules and so forth, so we can be very efficient and effective in what we're trying to accomplish. So that's how I do it. And if there's corrections, we correct them on the fly. You have to identify them early. You can't really let them wait till later, because it's a surprise to the employee, and nobody wants that. So it's really staying engaged with your direct reports in this case, making sure that the expectations are met and providing whatever's necessary to assist them to meet those expectations.
Thank you. Now, this next question, you have already answered some of it, but you might want to follow up on a little bit more. If you were the successful candidate to be chosen for the position, what would you do in the first 90 days on the job? And then what would be your number one priority?
Yes, so certainly it's getting out in the community and making introductions, understanding those that I would be working with further, getting to know your staff, and sitting down and spending a lot of time with the staff, understanding their programming, what they believe is important, and how again we can work together moving things forward. That's getting an idea on the actual programs in place, really understanding the community dynamics, your ordinances moving forward, where there may be some issues that we need to work on. And I think that's one thing that has always come up. Being new to a position, people are not afraid to tell you what needs to be changed, and so I welcome that dialogue, because I think that I can be an effective city administrator if I understand what may be needed. I certainly have to vet through that and understand, your comprehensive plan. your subdivision ordinance, your zoning ordinance. I don't need to know it word for word, but I need to know, when was it adopted? Is it up for you're going to update it? Those are things that I need to know. Are we falling short a little bit in some areas there that now I can put it myself in, and I can find a good role for the city administrator to assist in getting some things done where there might be some gaps in programs. So, you know, the first 90 days is really to learn a lot of the internal things and a lot of the folks in the external environment. Really getting to know your city, getting to know what you have on the books, getting to know your charter, getting to know your city council. That's really important, obviously. And so I think that first 90 days really sets the stage as you move forward. And in that, identifying really a plan of work. You should know after 90 days what your marching orders are, where you need to move forward. That'll assist me in understanding those expectations moving forward. So my plan of work essentially needs to be addressed within that first 90 days, if not sooner.
Perfect. This is a two-part. How comfortable are you with technology? And then can you give an example of a situation where technology played a role in improving local government procedures?
Sure. Well, I would say that I'm on camera. That's a good thing. So technology-wise, so far so good. I'm very comfortable with technology, I think, because I understand the value of technology and how it really is supposed to provide for more efficiency. It really is there to improve on what you're doing. There is a learning curve, and I think that that's where it may fall short in some cases. So with technology and with the value of technology, the training to bring everybody up to speed on how the use of that technology goes is important. That's been important for me. I'll sit and I will go through and I will learn step by step what is available to me through certain technology that I have. I would say that in my experience, again, being in that planning and development area, I've had code enforcement and building inspections as responsibilities in my role as a director. And in a couple cases, the city of Abilene being one, the city of Duncan being another, coming into that position, the staff was using a pretty archaic system of tracking code enforcement cases, tracking building inspections, where it was just not very efficient at all. It was a system that was owned by both of these communities, maintained by both of these communities, but it was really falling down on its use. And there would be a crash now and then, and we'd lose information. And so, from my standpoint, I did some research on some internet-based systems that would be more tailored to code enforcement, meaning you have, say, a junk vehicle. You go inspect that vehicle, you put it into the system, and you work it through that system until you get abatement, until that vehicle's removed. And it helps you identify through the process where you're at. It generates the letters, it generates everything, and it's specifically tailored for that. Same with building inspections, a system that you have an application, it gets logged, it gets into the system, it's better tracked from cradle to the fruition of that project until it's in construction. Much more efficient use, internet-based technology, and using iPads in the field with your code inspectors, building inspectors, provides a little bit more efficiency as well, using that technology to take pictures, to upload, use that system off or out in the field is very important as well. So those are some, or at least one example. We've used a system called mygov.us and iWork in those communities that work very well, and they're fairly reasonable, but again, they're tailored for those kinds of programs. And it's been well received where I brought those in. It took a little time to get the staff on that program, again, training was very important, and these organizations provided that to make sure the staff was comfortable moving forward, and they would adjust the system accordingly based on the needs of the particular community that it was in place.
Well, thank you. Well, we want to make sure that we have a little bit of time for council members to follow up with any questions that they have. So I would like to turn it back over to the mayor.
Okay.
Dana, thank you very much for being with us for this last hour. You provided some great insight into the questions we had, and I think that you see the opportunity here in Willmar to be a very valuable position and something that it sounds like you would be a great fit for us. So with that, I'm going to see if council has any questions, and then I'll wrap it up after that. So council, any questions that you'd like to ask of Dana? Councilmember Osman, Councilmember Ask, followed by Councilmember Butterfield. I did good all night. I had to mess up at the end. Sorry, Justin.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dana, can you speak a little bit on your resume and your work experience? Quite a few jobs where you had left after about 2 years tenure. Can you speak a little bit to kind of that past and why you would hope that Willmar would be different?
Sure. So, when I started, I guess I'll go kind of down the line. My first job was with the city, Langley County and the University of Wisconsin Cooperative Extension, where I had really 5.5 years working in that position. And then I did go to city of Duncan in Oklahoma, spent just a little over 15 years. And then I made a big move there. I was able then to get out and see what else was available, and took the position in the city of Abilene. And that moved the population that I was in from 23.5 to about 122.5. And it was a great experience. I really enjoyed my experience there. It was really more on that management level, much like what I think you're looking for, maybe a little bit smaller as a city administrator. And I really like that. Yeah, about 1 year and 9 months I was there, and then I really moved back to where I was. The city of Wichita Falls Director of Community Development position opened up. It was closer to our family, my wife's family in particular, and her mother was going through some issues, and she really wanted to be closer there. And quite honestly, when I was with the city of Duncan, I often thought that if the city of Wichita Falls job opened up, I would make application. It just hadn't opened up, so I went to the city of Abilene. The city of Wichita Falls was a situation where I really learned that I liked it. I really enjoyed it. I had a lot of involvement with economic development, subdivision ordinance modifications, and working with the direct reports. I think what it was is I was not quite making the difference that I thought I could make. And the organizational structure changed a little bit for me from the time that I actually took the job. Accepted the job to when I took that job, and it diminished the role of the Director of Community Development a bit. They brought in an assistant city manager to oversee the department. And so I started feeling that the role was a bit diminished. We didn't exactly see eye to eye on our philosophy, management philosophy, but I also thought that I think I'm going to trend more towards the smaller size population. The city of Sweetwater is 10,900, and I can make a big difference here. Where I wasn't really making that big of a difference, I thought, except I was working well to get things accomplished. From a community standpoint, I was really looking at something that would make a bigger difference. So this actually is a nice fit, a nice transition, I believe, to a city administrator position. Yeah, I've been here about 2 years and 1 month. So you're wondering, so why don't you stay a little bit longer? Well, I would say because your position has come up, And I would like to take a look at that, and so I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Butterfield.
Yeah, can you hit on your downtown development programming that you did? Because Wilmer's working on ours now.
So the downtown development actually, it's always been an area of interest for me. When I was with the city of Abilene, and you're probably focused more on the city of Wichita Falls downtown development, but I would like to say that when I was with the city of Abilene, we had a downtown development program where they had done a downtown plan, and they tied it to a new hotel and convention center project that is currently underway in the city of Abilene. So my bigger city downtown development really focused more on the pedestrian orientation, how we can tie the hotel convention center with the downtown business community. And we had a tax increment redevelopment district zone, I'm sorry, that would allow for some funding for business development there. When I went to the city of Wichita Falls, I was really thrown into a really, really cool program. The city council had done a strategic plan, and downtown development was its #1 goal on that strategic plan. So they hired a consultant to do the consulting work, or more the technical work, and to assist me in facilitating with volunteers and committees. And so we did the downtown development. We came up with some streetscapes, which really in concept improved, or should improve, that area if it gets implemented. But basically taking a look at your pedestrian orientation, providing a bike route in your downtown, adding more street or sidewalk trees, benches, planters, and that type of thing to make it more of a place-based downtown. But my role was really working on the plans moving forward, the concept of those streetscapes, being really the point person. And one other aspect to that, we did a regulatory diagnostic, and that regulatory diagnostic really looked at some other things. I looked at your zoning designations in your downtown area. There was some industrial designations really that didn't fit the new concept. So we were looking at ways that over time, through grandfathering and that, through legal means, that those uses would go away, essentially to create more of a downtown pedestrian-oriented concept. It would take a number of years, but that was part of that. And then the other part to the regulatory diagnostic was you had a number of ways into your downtown. And so from an image standpoint, you wanted to create a good image coming in downtown. Some of that was on your zoning, some of it was beautification, gateways, entranceways to your downtown, to let people know that you're entering a very unique environment and atmosphere here. And so that was, again, part of my responsibility. Again, it was a team effort, so I don't take all the credit at all. I mean, it was a team effort where I had to work with committees, volunteers, attend all of those night meetings, and it was very rewarding, by the way, to come up with a really nice product. Funding will hopefully occur to get that moving forward, and I'm hopeful that it will. But I think that in concept, it looks very good for the city of Wichita Falls downtown redevelopment.
Additional council members with questions. Councilmember O'Brien.
Dana, thank you for your answers and being here.
Thank you.
Question I have is, what's your thoughts about retreats, about council and administration and staff getting together, sharing ideas?
I think it's a really good way to build relationships with the council and the staff. I think, I always welcome the opportunity to be involved in those workshops, even if it wasn't specifically an area that I was responsible for. the city managers where I've been in those types of workshops, it was very important to get your director, your executive team in those workshops and work through. We did some of that for some budget development. So our capital improvements planning, providing workshops on what's possible and how we might be able to get those funded. It was all just discussion, no action, at least in those workshops. But I feel it's very important to build that relationship. You know, the city administrator is the conduit between the city council and the staff, the director, the executive team. I, as city administrator, would certainly like the opportunity to, through a workshop, have my team there too. And I think that they could learn a lot by listening to what you have for ideas. Staff can bounce things off of you, you bounce certain things off of the staff, and I think we all win-win on that. So I certainly welcome that opportunity to do that. I think they're very effective.
Thank you.
Additional comments or questions from council? With that, Dana, again, I'd like to thank you for submitting your application and allowing us to review and have this time to speak with you. I think that the way it sounds, you've got a lot of strengths that would fit in well with the city of Willmar. And I'm very encouraged to see your application, and the council now has to do their hard work. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Patty.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dana, for the opportunity to be here tonight. There is a council meeting, a special meeting set for Thursday for them to make a decision on who they would like to bring forward. This will give the opportunity, if council has some additional information between now and then, they can reach out to me and I can reach out to the candidates. Or if the candidates have any follow-up questions, certainly get a hold of me and I will get the questions answered. And if I don't know, I will call on the council for assistance. And I will keep informed with you, and I will stay informed with you to tell you, keep you in the process on where we are.
Okay.
So thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Well, thank you all. I appreciate the opportunity. It's been very enjoyable, and I appreciate the questions and the comments, and I hope to hear back from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, council, that concludes our 4 interviews for this evening. And what is being recommended by staff and by our consultant is that we let these applications kind of simmer, if you will, and get back together on Thursday evening at 7 p.m. To come to a consensus on who would like to invite in for that process. Another thing that I'll be working with staff and Patty over is how those days will actually look and what that will look like. And I'm sure Patty has been or will be communicating what that will look like. So it's exciting times. And so that is, I believe, our direction that we're looking for, unless council wishes to go a different direction than that. There was the option there of having discussion this evening, but I would highly encourage us to have that discussion on Thursday. But it is council's decision. Okay, seeing and hearing nothing, Councilmember Osmus.
Can we ask any questions about any applicant right now that wasn't brought up? Or does that have to go to Patty? Individually.
I don't know that answer. I'll let Patty answer that question.
So could you repeat what you're looking for?
I'm looking at job history on one of the applicants.
Okay.
And I was wondering if I could ask that now, or is that something I ask you individually?
You can certainly ask me, or you could follow up with an email. And if you follow up with an email, that information will go to council.
Okay.
So whichever way you want, I can certainly take the question now and follow up and email you back, all of you. or you can email me, and whatever way you feel comfortable.
Councilmember Osmus, I think in transparency with the process, I think it might be good to ask the question, and then the answer can be sent back to us, and then we can just brief that at the meeting on Thursday when we start. But if you could ask your question, at least if there's other council members that have the same question, then she's not going to get 7 of the same question. She'll just get it one time. So do you see a problem with that, Patty or Brian? Okay.
Okay, or maybe you'll be able to point out where I missed it. But I was on Tyler Brooks. I'm gathering he had 8 years in the military, but what was his job experience before that?
I don't have his information up. I will get that information to you.
Okay, and the only thing I thought he would have said it specifically if it was that. I didn't know if it was just 8 years possibly as an officer, and that did he start out as a regular enlisted, and then went to officer training. So he was just emphasizing his 8 years as an officer. That I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, I had noticed that as well when I reviewed the application, and what I assumed is that that was prior to him making rank. And then once he made rank, he documented that, but it did not say that in the application. I noted that as well. So it's a good question. I'm glad you asked it.
Very good question.
Additional comments or questions? Seeing and hearing none, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. We're adjourned. Thank you all.